Okay, if everybody could get to their seats. Okay, good morning. Today's May 12th, 2021. This is a meeting of the House Natural Resources and Environment Committee. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Chairman Kuzo?
Here.
Here. Vice Chairman Bouryak? Here. Representative Butler? Representative Carrier? Here. Here. Representative Cormier? Representative DeVilliers? Representative Guyman? Representative Kerner? Here. Representative Landry? Representative Mincy? Here. Here. Representative Orgeron? Representative Reiser? Representative Romero? Here. Representative Shammerhorn? Here. Here. Representative Wheat? Here. Here. Representative Landry? Here. Here. 9 members are present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. A reminder to please silence your cell phones. If you need to take a call, step out of the room. If you wish to provide testimony, submit a witness card, green in support, red if opposed, and white if you wish to provide information only. Your signature on the card is an affirmation that the testimony you provide is accurate to the best of your knowledge. And I do reserve the right to adopt a timeline on testimony if we go too late in the day. Okay. We have a packed docket this morning. I am going to give deference to my Senate colleagues, and I'm going to take up SCR 27 for President Cortez. If I could have our guests come to the table for SCR 27. Mr. Bosworth, please read in the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Senate Concurrent Resolution 27 memorializes Congress to reauthorize the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area Program.
Thank you, Mr. Bosworth. Okay, as I mentioned, this is President Cortez's SCR. It's an important issue to him. We have with us Justin Lemoyne from the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area. I'd like to turn it over to Justin to explain the SCR.
Morning. Thank you. Justin Lemoyne, Executive Director of the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area. We're a program within the Office of Culture, Recreation, and Tourism, but we're a part of the National Park Service program, which provides continuity for cultural, natural, and recreational resources in 59 areas across the country. We're one of 2 heritage areas in the state of Louisiana, and our program was authorized by federal legislation in 2006. We're up for reauthorization of our program this year. The Park Service provides federal funding for the program, and the state provides in-kind matching funds for the program. So this is basically just a strict reauthorization of the function of our program, where we continue to operate under the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Okay, and we do have a green card in support from Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. We appreciate his support on the bill. I'm going to move favorably. Do you have any further comments?
No further comment.
Okay, I'm going to move favorably. Seeing no objections, the SCR moves favorably. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have either Senator Lambert or Senator Foyle with us yet this morning? Okay. Senator Foyle, I'll go ahead and take up his bill as well. So SCR 24. Ms. Stalder, please read in the bill.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 24 requests the Department of Environmental Quality to study the feasibility of providing funding for devices that remediate certain water quality impairments.
Whether or not you would like to speak or not. Red card if you're in opposition, and again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Stefanski. Okay, we're done. Okay. Members, this is an SCR presented by Senator Chairman Foyle. And as Ms. Stalder mentioned, and I'm going to take it up on his behalf, requests the Department of Environmental Quality to study the feasibility of providing funding for devices that remediate certain water quality impairments. And I met with some of the stakeholders, and this is a pretty unique approach to some of the litter issues that we've heard over the last few terms, primarily brought by Chairman Bishop. I've shared those bills with these folks, and to hope that we can have some collaboration on those ideas, and this is certainly building off of that. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our guests. Have you turned in cards? Green cards, white cards? Okay, so SCR 24, thank you. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Hurtado with the Louisiana Stormwater Coalition, and I want to thank you, Chairman Kusan, and distinguished members. We want to play a very short video that was filmed not far from here to share with you why we're here today, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague, Marie Constantine.
Volume.
Okay,
The volume,
introduce yourself, please. And
Marie
go ahead and introduce yourself because I know y'all will probably start talking. So go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll watch the video.
I'm Marie Constantine with the Louisiana Stormwater Coalition.
Okay, let's play the video.
Can we turn the volume up,
Volume.
please? Yeah, all it is crunching. That's the sound.
If you tossed your beer can out a car window in an Arizona desert, how long do you think it would take for their 12 inches of annual rainfall to carry it to a watershed? Meaning a lake, river, water body. Toss that same litter out the window in Louisiana, and that beer can or litter would easily make it to a lake, a bayou, a wetland in a matter of weeks. We're here today to unpack this for you. But first I want to tell you that over 150 volunteers joined us in a 16-month study where we picked over 1,200 bags of litter from the shores of Capitol Lake across the street. Nobody worked harder than the children at Providence Road. Children pulled a whopping 328 tires, 2 toilets, 1 couch, and about 50 bags from the industrial area surrounding the lake. But no matter how hard we worked, our frequent rains in Louisiana brought it all back. We are the Louisiana Stormwater Coalition, an all-volunteer grassroots group, and our job is to study, to educate, to recommend, and to help all of us pivot to solve this problem. Renee Verma is going to unpack this for you.
Good morning. Thank you, Marie. Chairman Cousin and distinguished members of the committee. As Marie said, we're the Louisiana Stormwater Coalition, an all-volunteer grassroots group. Our mission is to increase awareness about the benefits of funding stormwater management programs and how this will help solve Louisiana's litter problems and help prevent flooding. Like Marie said, we're the folks responsible for cleaning up Capitol Lake. At the end of March, the lake was litter-free, but as soon as that next big storm rolled in, the litter returned. Without stormwater equipment in place, litter in our watersheds is a vicious cycle, no matter how much litter we pick up. To that point, we're here today in support of SCR 24 that calls for conducting a stormwater feasibility study, which is a first step toward solving our litter problems in the state. You know, the facts are, I think we can all agree we have a litter problem in Louisiana. Because Louisiana is #1 in rainfall, every storm sends a payload of litter to our watersheds. In fact, about every 2 weeks, storms give our streets a good cleaning. Stormwater carries litter and flood-causing sediments into our storm drains, which flow directly into our beautiful lakes, rivers, bayous, and wetlands. We know when there is litter on the streets, there is a massive litter problem in our watersheds, which can cause water quantity and water quality issues, which we all know can lead to flooding. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have to live like this. Historically, Louisiana has not focused on treating and managing stormwater, and that is what we believe is the main problem. Instead, we have only focused on the front end, which is litter on the streets. This one-pronged approach, or focusing only on the front end, has not and does not work. But we're here today with solutions. We have found that states that focus on stormwater and fund stormwater management programs recognize that stormwater, litter, and flooding are all connected, and they must be treated with a two-pronged approach. A two-pronged approach does two things. Number one, it keeps litter off the streets through anti-litter education and enforcement and fines. Secondly, it keeps litter out of the watersheds with infrastructure build-outs, proper stormwater equipment, and regular maintenance. We know this two-pronged approach works because we have a 30-year case study in Florida. When the Clean Water Act was passed years ago, that mandated states clean up their watersheds, it didn't provide a funding vehicle. So Florida's state legislature declared stormwater a utility. When Florida did this, it gave cities the local option to create and fund stormwater management programs. These programs keep litter off the street and capture litter before they can enter a watershed. While Florida's early stormwater programs started out addressing litter, lo and behold, today they are water quality programs and they also prevent flooding. So you might ask, what does a funded stormwater program look like? Well, it would establish a stormwater department at the local level with employees and experts. It would provide anti-litter education and enforcement and fines to keep the litter off the streets and discourage dumping. It would provide proper stormwater infrastructure and equipment such as booms, bandalongs, hydrodynamic separators that grab floatables down to the hair on your head to keep litter and sediment out of our beautiful watersheds. It would also provide regular infrastructure and equipment maintenance to keep our watersheds litter-free. And the maintenance component of this is key. We can have all the grants, all the money, buy all the equipment, but if we do not have a funded stormwater management program that provides maintenance, it's for nothing. So, come on, Louisiana, let's pivot. Let's focus on and fund stormwater to keep the litter off our streets and out of our watersheds. When we do this, I can promise you our economy will win, tourism will win, we'll keep our kids in this state, our community will win, and all the beautiful people in this state will win. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and now I'd like to introduce Dr. Jeff Keeney, who is Director of LSU Ag Center's...
One second, Doc. I think I have a question for you.
Okay, sure.
You want to let... Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Dr. Keeney?
Yeah, Dr. Keeney can answer your
Okay,
questions.
thank you.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself, Dr. Keeney.
I'm Jeff Keeney. I'm the director of the LSU Ag Center Botanic Gardens at Burden, part of Burden Museum and Gardens off of Essen Lane.
You go ahead and make your
Yes.
statement. We'll reserve the questions.
Okay. Yeah, so Burton Museum and Gardens represents the history of the culture of our state. If you've never been there, with the LSU Rural Life Museum, and also at the LSU Ag Center, we represent the beauty of the state's natural landscapes. And the introductory video you saw this morning is unfortunately at Burton Museum and Gardens. When I first got out there, I noticed this 30-acre trash collection site that's part of our wetlands here in Baton Rouge. I thought it was our staff that had caused it, but later found out that it was basically us. It was the community that was contributing to this. And so we've been working together since actually about this time last year, to get this resolution forwarded to you all, to help us work together, not only with the EQ, the Water Institute, several partnerships with LSU and the LSU Ag Center, to conduct this feasibility, to help determine what it's going to take to implement stormwater management across the state.
Representative Shammerhorn, did you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Kinney. That was, he's got a big head, okay. I like...
Maintain decorum. Maintain decorum.
Thank you. I like looking at people whenever I'm speaking to them. Sure. But whenever you first came on board, the pictures that we saw, you said that was a 30-acre area of y'all's wetlands?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look, I'm from beautiful Toledo Bend. One of the problems that we face each and every day is litter. Litter is the main objective of this. The stormwater is going to happen regardless. There is no way that you can control water whenever it starts rolling off the roads, out of the ditches, down the bayous or whatever. My main issue is the trash that we, the people of Louisiana, would rather put in the back of a pickup truck to blow out when you get to 45 miles an hour, or to throw out the window. Okay? We have the scenic highway, which is Highway 191 that runs along Toledo Bend. Mm-hmm. They can go out and pick it up on a Saturday, and by Wednesday of the next week, it doesn't even look like they have picked anything up. The stormwater is an issue, but it's for the issue with stormwater is muddying up the bayous and the tributaries that it overflows into. I have a 45-acre landfill, and I promise you nothing gets through my settling ponds to get out. We slow the water flow down from that, and I know that's what you are trying to do, but the trash is going to stop everything up that you put in place, and it's going to cause more backup and more flooding because you're trying to restrict the flow. There is a gentleman from Minnesota. He keeps 3 miles of his road picked up by himself. He's 82 years old. And he does it both sides of the road. He does it daily. From where he is from, they have a deposit on plastic bottles and cans. So anybody that sells a bottle of water, you instead of putting it in the back of your truck or in a garbage can, going to a landfill, they can return it to any store, just like it did when you may be old enough to
I remember.
a
Yes,
deposit
sir.
on a Coke bottle. Okay.
We collected it as a kid to raise funds for different organizations.
Hey, we used to ride our bicycles down the road, pick up enough so we could go get a Coke.
Exactly.
You know, so but you know, he said their state is beautiful. You know, and he's been after me for a while to check on it, and you know, that may be one way to convince the people to start trying to hold them in their possession instead of letting them, you know, just get out on the streets and on the side of the roads, because we're the dirtiest state in the South, and I hate to say that. I mean, I want to be Louisiana number one. I hate being 50th and everything, and whenever we're 50th in our, I mean, we have a beautiful state.
We do. Yes, sir.
But the trash has really overtaken, and I just think it derails what we have from the pollution side of it, and the litter is the main issue. I will work with you any way we can on the litter, but I think addressing the stormwater is a little far-reaching myself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Could I respond?
Thank you, Representative Chairman Horn. Yes, go ahead.
I hear what you're saying. We went to Florida and met with a stormwater facilities manager down there. And we also spoke to some people that do research at the University of Florida, and their specialty is litter. They call themselves jokingly litterologists. Litter is extremely complicated, and the problem is we've had this one-prong approach. And in Florida, they've had success. They're number 4 state pretty much for most time for rainfall, while we're number 1. And so when we went and looked at their program and listened to them, we realized exactly what you said. We have to pull out every stop there is to pull out. Arizona doesn't have to begin to do what we have to do, but they have had success taking this two-prong approach. These combination of booms and hydrodynamic separators. I know Lafayette keeps 68 miles clean with booms, but when you combine those with a more automated system of hydrodynamic separators that there's no moving parts or electricity, the water goes into a big chamber, it spins it by design, the heavies go down and the lights go over, and then you suck it out with a vacuum truck. They're built to not slow down water because you can't. They basically are sized. Each one is custom sized. And so when you look at Capitol Lakes, our volunteers found out we were having 41 bags a month come in and pulling out 1,200 bags. We pulled 600 bags out of the woods. We pulled out litter from the 1950s. And so if we had just a simple boom with a basket like Lafayette has, they have 7 booms and a bandalong. If we had a bandalong, we would stop 80%. If we had a combination of the bandalong or booms with the hydrodynamic separators that pull down to a hair on your head, we would be up in the high 80s. But I think after listening to these people in Florida, we have to pull out every single stop we can pull out. Some of the things you mentioned, other things we know that work. But what it would give us is it would acknowledge stormwater and fund it. When you think about sewerage, there was a time when nobody treated sewage, excuse me, because it was not what stormwater has become today. Stormwater today is as horrific as sewage is, and the microplastics that are breaking down and those kinds of things. So I think we're at a place in this country where we have to look at stormwater as being something that we have to seriously consider. Our grandfathers didn't have to worry about stormwater. I think we do today.
Okay, Representative Wheat, your question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think she come really close to answering my questions that I was going to pose. I know obviously what we have is a cultural problem, and education is part of that entire process, but we have to do things other than that. We have to manage the problem that we have now, because education takes a while for everything to flow through. And so I was headed toward the mechanization of the solution. I know in Tanksville Parish we have, and I'm going to get the name of it wrong, litter getters, or
yeah, I heard about those.
Where we deploy them across the stream, and it traps it, and then you collect it. And I will tell you, it's amazing when you ride and see. And obviously, this doesn't take care of every portion of our problem, but the floatables that's coming through our streams are trapped. And it's been very effective, and downstream from that is keeping some of that litter away. So is that kind of what you're talking about?
That's exactly it. But even in Louisiana, even a little more sophistication, a little more automation. I heard about those devices, and I was really excited, and I visited and rode in the boats with the men at Vermilion, and I love their program. But the truth is they don't have the money in the program to buy them nicer things. And some of the nicer pieces, like these hydro separators, you just pop a manhole, send a vac truck in, suck it out, and you're done. Some of these things, depending on how big you build them, if you building big enough in Pensacola. He said some of these we just do quarterly, I guess, but then it also gives you the bucket of money to talk to the people. And like right now in Baton Rouge, we don't have recreation in our watershed, which is the Bayou Fountain, which is stunning. And our group went in there in kayaks, and it was a cesspool in there. And I mean, I would be embarrassed to bring someone in here to go kayaking, but yet Lafayette has areas, and I'm sure you guys are going to be doing that. We're missing out on huge, not only embarrassment, business people wouldn't want to move their family here, but we're missing out on huge ecotourism and recreation for ourselves. Not to mention, we discovered in Capitol Lakes that our birds were diving down and coming up with litter tied around their beaks. There's a whole umbrella of things that get solved when you have these programs. And not only that, Florida's our competitor for tourism, and they're kicking our butt on it. You can go there and have a clean experience, and we're struggling in the Bayou Fountain. So we're going to get Paddle BR a boom, and we're going to make sure he's successful to clean that out. And for the first time ever in Baton Rouge, we might have 4 miles where you won't see filth.
Well, thank you very much for bringing attention to this very important problem that is inherent upon us as good citizens to take care of our environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wheat. Representative Mincy.
Yes, good morning. So just a comment and then a question or a suggestion maybe. First of all, drainage in my area is tremendous. I mean, this is one, the aesthetics of this is one part of it, but the drainage and stopping up drainage is huge in my district. So I really commend you on your efforts in looking at doing this. My question is, or suggestion would be, is there any reasons why we didn't include nonprofits in this discussion, as far as because there's a lot of active organizations out there. I know that our chamber in my parish is real active in it, and I just don't want us to see missing out on any kind of opportunity. So that's just something to consider. I don't know if y'all want to add them to it or not.
Yes, sir. And so this would be, with DEQ leading this would be a partnership with nonprofit organizations, state bodies, local bodies, because we know that it's going to take, Representative Shammerhorn, it's going to take a multi-pronged approach. It's going to take educating our public about it. It's going to take volunteers like Marie's cleaning up the lakes, but they've got to have something that gives them hope. And part of that hope is living with stormwater and being able to manage it, and that's getting the litter out of the waterways that doesn't get picked up. So this feasibility study would look at all of those different pieces as a whole to help us solve this issue once and for all, like they've done in Florida as an example, and become a state that's proud of our natural beauty. Because we do, you're right, we do. We have one of the most beautiful states. We have the most rainfall of any state, but that's part of our beauty, and we need to learn to live with it and manage it.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, at the proper time, I'd like to move forward with Pastor.
Okay, thank you, Representative Mincy. And Representative Mincy, yeah, it looks like in the resolution they do include Louisiana Stormwater Coalition, Water Institute of the Gulf, and notably interested state and local governmental entities. I may suggest moving forward that we actually list East Baton Rouge Parish and City of Baton Rouge, so that they know that this is something that's a priority here locally and in the state, which I know is your intent, Mr. Senator. So with that, I'd like to bring the senator to the table to close on his bill. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I was in another committee, so I apologize for running late. But I
took the liberty to start your bill.
Thank you for taking this up. I brought this really for two primary reasons. Number one, just to bring awareness to this issue that Marie and others have brought to my attention, and also just to get people talking about possible solutions. This is simply an urgent request with DEQ to take the lead to study. And it says, Representative Mincy, other state and local governmental entities. We probably could just amend out governmental, although I don't think DEQ is obligated just to the groups here. I think they could go to all possible sources for solutions. So anyway, just appreciate if you could move this out favorable.
Mr. Chairman, in closing, I'd like a couple things. One, for the committee staff, I'd like the whole committee, my whole committee, and perhaps yourself included, include the chairman. I'd like to send all of the bills that have been passed and resolutions by Chairman Bishop, since 2011, I believe is how far we went back. There was 7 or 8 bills and resolutions regarding education on litter, criminal penalties on litter, so on and so forth. So just to give everybody kind of up to speed on what has been done around here, sounds like Representative Shammerhorn is going to take the lead on that from here. And then secondly, a plug for an organization, nonprofit in Lafayette that I let the stakeholders know about to look into. It's called Parish Proud, specifically for litter issues. Parish Proud was started by Matt Stuller back in Lafayette, so it did take some, private funding to get started, but being the name Parish Proud and not Lafayette Proud, this was an organization that they intended to grow statewide prior to COVID. So maybe there might be some synergy there as well. So look into that. With that, there's a motion on the table from Representative Mincy to move the SCR favorably. Seeing no objections, the SCR moves favorably.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Members, good to be back in Natural Resources.
Sir, good
Thank
to
you.
see you. Next up, we're going to bring Senator Lambert to the table. Senator Lambert, which bill would you like to take up first? I have 96 and 97.
Let's take up the recycling of plastics, because that actually falls right perfectly
Thought you might say
behind
that.
that. Thank you.
So we're looking at Senate Bill 97. Ms.
That's correct, Mr.
Stalder,
Chairman.
please read in the bill.
Senate Bill 97 provides for advanced recycling facilities and processes for the conversion of certain recovered materials.
Senator, on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have with me Mr. Wes Robinson of the American Chemistry Council. And I'm going to tell you, this actually works perfectly in conjunction with y'all just heard about the litter problems. As you know, we have a problem with plastics, and how do we recycle them and what do we do with them? This bill is an attempt to get us into a real full recycling circle here where we close the loop. And what we had to do was go in to amend some of the solid waste statutes in order to do this. But the American Chemistry Association and some other states have now learned how to recycle plastics, which will take them and get them out of the landfills, and we can really use them, maybe get them out of the ocean and solve some of the problems with the microscopic plastic that is getting into the environment. And to really give you the details of this is Mr. Robinson here with the American Chemistry Council. And if you could introduce yourself and just give them a little background. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, my name is Wes Robinson with the American Chemistry Council, Senior Director of State Affairs. Just a quick 30,000-foot overview of exactly what we're talking about here. When most people think of recycling, what we're typically talking about is mechanical recycling, which is where you would have a plastic water bottle. What you would do is you would mulch it up, they would melt it down, turn it back into pellets to turn into new products. Some of the challenges with mechanical recycling is you can't really recycle effectively all 7 types of plastics. It's really good for plastics 1s and 2s, something like a water bottle or a laundry detergent bottle, but not so much for things like styrofoam, polystyrene, plastic films. And so what this technology actually does is it breaks the plastics chemically back down to their base materials, their base raw materials, and then because you're really recycling the molecules, there's not a differentiation between virgin raw materials. And so you're able to make more diverse products, and you're also able to recycle each of the different types of plastics with this. So this is to complement existing mechanical recycling efforts and really open the door to a more circular and more sustainable economy.
Okay, and do I have a card from you?
Yes, sir.
Is it Wes? You said Wes?
Yeah, my handwriting's a little off right now.
I found it.
Sorry.
I found it. It's right here.
But also, Mr. Chairman, we work with DEQ to make sure we, tightened up the bill to, for plastics and so forth, where we wouldn't have problems with solid waste issues. We had to do some things like that, and you'll see it basically outlines in Section 2157, how we going to handle this stuff so we don't have problems.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. What I'll do is I'd like to ask that question, and I know you've worked on that. I'd like DEQ to confirm that. When it's time, I do have a question for you from Representative Guyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Lambert, good morning.
Good morning.
Is this the same legislation that you have brought in the past?
No, it is not. That was a
How's that
deposit. Well, this actually, the ones I'd brought in the past was recycling, which we put nickel deposits
That's
on
right.
plastic bottles. This actually is going to go much further than that. Part of the problem with those plans is once you collected the material, what did you do with it? I think China used to take a bunch of it. Now they don't take it. This is really breaking down the plastics to be able to do everything with them, which hopefully we could maybe pass a bill with recycling with a nickel deposit that would get some of this trash out of the way. And it also gives us something.
We used to kill that bill pretty frequently somewhere along the way.
One time I got it out of this committee, and I don't think you helped me any, but that's days gone by.
I appreciate your effort on this, and you know, you've stayed up to this for a long time, and I know you're passionate about it.
Well, I really think this is a way to really help the environment because it really addresses the plastic issues we have. And look, we all need plastics. Everything we deal with is made out of plastics.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Guyman. Representative Shamahorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On most plastic bottles, like for California, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, New York, 5 or 10 cent deposit on this. When you recycle this and you go back into the regular form, it's going to cost you more than that. So, like I said earlier, I have a landfill. I've been recycling as much as I can because what we sell in a landfill is airspace. Okay, you have X number of square yards of airspace, and that's what you sell. So we recycle. We recycled the cardboard because it was profitable. Okay, but then you took into consideration what area it takes up in the landfill that they paid you for to dispose of it. We would pull it out, bale it, and then recycle it. Okay. It went from $120 a ton for recycled cardboard down to $30. It made it not affordable to recycle. Okay, that's one of the issues. Metal is the same way. We recycle metal. Okay, right now metal's $170 a ton to us for shred. At times it's $20 a ton. You know, the fluctuation of the demand on what it is going to be considerable, I think, on the plastics also. It's a great idea. I love recycling, don't get me wrong. But are you going to physically, financially be able to be profitable by recycling only plastics is my question.
So right now, the market conditions are such that really you are just seeing recycling primarily the ones and twos, the water bottles. Those typically have those are the most make the most economic sense to recycle right now. So a lot of the other ones are just getting landfilled. A lot of the other plastic types. So you probably see this every day. But what we're seeing is that you have an incredible amount of demand for more recycled content. You've got 35, 36, 37 of the world's largest brands, companies like Nestle's, like Coca-Cola's, Unilever's. They're all making these pledges to have, X billion pounds of recycled content in their packaging, 30% recycled content in their packaging. And so you're seeing a massive demand for more recycled content. And Closed Loop Partners, a recycling organization, they estimate that you'll have to have a 200 to 300% increase in recycled content to meet all of these brand pledges. So our hope is that by bringing more technology and innovation into the equation, that it's actually going to stimulate an interest in more recycled plastics to help meet the demand that these brand owners are going to require to meet their pledges.
Also, I would think by recycling and you're creating a demand for those things, like you say, that before we didn't have. With this process, you're opening it up more. You can do more products from things because of the way they break it down. So I think what you're going to do is actually create more demand for, some of the plastic recycled, so they won't wind up in a landfill. And then also has the potential to create more jobs with people collecting it and less litter.
Yep. Well, sometimes I wonder if that guy from Minnesota doesn't have the right idea, like they do in California, charge a deposit on it.
Representative Chairman Horn, let me tell you, Representative Guyman pointed it out. You could probably go to this committee. A couple of years ago, I sat where you are, and I had a recycling bill for a nickel deposit, and I thought it was a great bill, but sometimes I had a little trouble getting it past people like Representative Guyman. But I think now I can tell by this committee it's a little different world.
It is. Guyman, he's more like I am, okay? So, I mean.
We shall see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank y'all.
Okay, Representative Landry.
Hey, my understanding is that this type of facility was introduced in Orleans in 2011 and Jefferson in 2014, and those communities pushed back, and they weren't built. Do you expect that there's going to be that kind of response to these facilities if this bill passes?
I'm not sure what type of facilities you're talking about, because I guess we need to know how they, are you talking about just recycle collection centers, or?
I believe the chemical, I don't have the words for it, but the specific chemical management system here, not just like general recycling, but this kind of technology.
I think I'm going to defer to Mr. Robinson.
I was not aware of that, Representative. I know there has been a recent announcement just in the last couple of weeks about a project that has an interest in Louisiana. I know a company out of Indiana is looking to make between $500 and $1 billion worth of investments, and that Louisiana is one of their finalist states. But I'm not aware of a project dating back that far. But I'm happy to try to look into that for you and follow up with additional information.
I mean, overall, do you expect any community pushback if these types of facilities are in fact, built in Louisiana?
No, I don't. I mean, the way these facilities, they typically, if you were just driving by one, it would look essentially like any other warehouse. The manufacturing processes are inside, and they keep the plastic feedstocks inside too, because they need these feedstocks to be clean. So they'll typically acquire the feedstock from like a material recovery facility, like a MRF, and they'll then need to store them inside because they need to keep it dry. They're after the hydrocarbons, so a hydrogen and a carbon atom. If you get it wet, that all of a sudden introduces another molecule into the equation that they then have to treat, and it becomes a contaminant. So they're keeping these inside. It's usually there's very low emissions from these facilities. They're not an eyesore, so I would not expect that.
That was my next question. Are there emissions or odor or anything like that?
In terms of odor, I think that one is a little subjective to measure, but I did tour one of these facilities a couple weeks ago, and there really was no distinguishable odor, certainly not outside the facility. In terms of emissions, there was a recent study done just in the last couple of months, this year, 2021, by the Good Company, and they found that if you're looking at the pollutants that are regulated under a Title V permit, so the criteria air pollutants, these facilities are typically on par with other existing industries. They compare them to hospitals, food manufacturers, they compare them to auto manufacturers, and for each of the 6 criteria air pollutants, the contaminant levels were below the threshold to need a Title V permit. But the way that this legislation is written, if they did have emissions that would necessitate an air permit from DEQ, they would be required to obtain that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Landry. Okay, I've got cards in support from Wes Robinson, who's speaking, Rob Landry from Louisiana Chemical Association, Liz Mangum from ExxonMobil, Bob Bauman from Hood Bauman, and Jim Harris from Louisiana Ammonia Producers, Tommy Fosho from Dow, Tyler Gray from Lamoga. I would like to bring to the table DEQ for just a couple of questions. Mr. Vega, welcome back to the committee. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. Elliot Vega, Assistant Secretary, Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality.
Okay, could you comment on the chairman's reference to whether or not this bill would impact any solid waste statutory provisions, and specifically, we have a robust waste tire program. Does this impact the waste tire program at all?
I don't see it necessarily impacting the waste tire program at all. I don't know what materials that this industry is looking to. What we talked about so far has been things like plastic bottles. In terms of waste tires, I have not heard to this point that this type of process would involve waste tires being handled through our waste tire management program.
So the department, from your perspective, doesn't intend to use this bill to regulate the waste tire program?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't see any other further questions. Does anybody have any questions for him before he gets up? Nope. All right. We also have a couple of cards in opposition willing to speak. I have Jane Patton from No Waste Louisiana and Marion Freistadt from New Orleans. If they're here, please come to the table. Okay, please introduce yourself for the committee.
Hi there. My name is Jane Patton from No Waste Louisiana. I'm from Baton Rouge, based out of New Orleans these days. Some of y'all have received phone calls and emails from me over the last week or so because I am very concerned about the implications of this bill. Benzene, xylene, toluene, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and dioxins. These are all emissions known and documented to come from pyrolysis and gasification processes. All of them are toxic or carcinogenic to humans, and some of them are regulated or banned under international law. These are the facilities under which this bill would remove DEQ's oversight without additional triggers. I am very concerned about those implications, not just for human and animal health in Louisiana, but also for the safety and health of our economy. $2 billion. That is the amount of money that has been lost, investments wasted in these technologies in the United States in the last 20 years. These are old technologies that have been experimented with by the industry for decades and have never shown to be profitable. They have never shown to function at scale, and they leave behind in their wake a long train of failed facilities. There have been 37 advanced recycling or chemical recycling facilities proposed in the United States in the last 20 years. 3 of those are currently in operation, and none of them are actually effectively producing plastic for consumer use. What this bill does is remove DEQ's oversight from what are chemicals management and fossil fuel, combustible fuel production sites. I know this bill includes the word recycling, and it defines these 4 processes: gasification, pyrolysis, depolymerization, and solvolysis as recycling. They are not recycling. What they are is chemicals management and combustible fuel production. And to not put these facilities under DEQ's immediate management, not when there is an air permit triggered, not when they send notification that they're going to start processing these materials, but to put all of the management of post-use polymers, to take them out of the definition of solid waste and not put them under another agency's purview, which is, again, what this bill does, is a public safety hazard, and it sets our communities up to actually be harmed economically because these facilities don't work. Representative Landry, you asked earlier about the fights in 2011 and 2014 in Orleans and Jefferson, respectively. That was Sun Energy Corporation that tried to build a plasma arc gasification facility in New Orleans East, and the community effectively organized. That was 10 years ago. Guys, the same people who worked against that facility are the same people that I've been on the phone with over the last few weeks trying to figure out how to kill this bill, to use Representative Guyman's words from earlier. I don't have anything against Representative Lambert, and I'm absolutely sure, because I've read his past legislation, that what he's trying to do here is a good thing. What he's trying to do here is help communities. Y'all, advanced recycling facilities do not help communities. They are toxic, they are dangerous, they are expensive, they are wasteful, and they will not solve our plastics crisis. Representative Shammerhorn, I would love to have a conversation later about the ways that we actually can address this, whether that's through fees or taxes or bottle deposits. There are ways that we can address and prevent the kind of plastics y'all heard in the presentation on the first bill. This is not it. And we've got to figure out a way to actually work with Louisiana's economy to do something that works, that is economical, and that is safe. One last comment, I want to say that I have also toured these facilities that are gasification and pyrolysis. These are industrial facilities. They look like industrial facilities. They might sit inside of a warehouse, but there's a lot of industrial facilities in South Louisiana that sit inside of a warehouse and still have toxic emissions. What we need to be concerned about is that these are chemicals management facilities, and some of them actually require the use of toxic chemicals. Solvolysis requires the use of toxic solvents, which is something that we're not talking about, and something that the DEQ absolutely needs to have oversight over. So I appreciate y'all's concern and attention to this bill, and I appreciate y'all asking the questions that are going to get the answers and get Louisiana to a good place. And thank you very much for hearing me out today.
Thank you, Ms. Patton. There's no questions. Ms. Freistadt, going once? Okay, here she is. Please introduce yourself for the committee.
Yes, good morning, committee. My name is Marion Freistad. I prefer to be called Penny. I hold a PhD and an MBA, but I'm speaking here out of my own personal interest. I'm speaking in opposition to SB 97. The bill defines advanced recycling and removes post-use plastics from LDEQ solid waste regulation. The proposed processes will produce toxic emissions, greenhouse gases, and toxic coal ash solid waste. And honestly, my main concern is the greenhouse gas emissions. So it really hasn't been brought up here. There are toxic chemicals that Jane Patton just raised that will be produced, toxic emissions, but these are extremely energy intensive processes. And so everything that uses a lot of energy produces enormous amounts of greenhouse gas emissions. Our president and our governor are working very hard to fight the climate crisis, and we're trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030. We don't have time to add more greenhouse gases. Senator Lambert, I appreciate, obviously you're trying to help the state, and the idea is to clean up the environment. But the very idea of plastic recycling, which seems to hold some kind of moral high ground, is really a false promise perpetuated by oil and gas industries and plastics manufacturers to convince consumers that somehow buying single-use plastic is not damaging to the environment if the plastic can be recycled. Even, as we've heard, conventional plastic recycling is not effective for many reasons. The better solution to plastic pollution is just use less plastics. This term advanced is really a euphemism, and as was mentioned, it involves pyrolysis, solvolysis, and gasification and other technologies. So none of this is really conventional recycling. And I would like to spend a few minutes on the chemistry, because we don't want, if we pass a bill based on not understanding the chemistry, it's to the detriment of the health of Louisiana citizens. So we know that plastics are large polymers, hydrocarbons composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So large amounts of energy have already been used to produce the plastics from fossil fuel products. So these processes will break down the polymers into monomers or oligomers. So pyrolysis is extreme heating in the absence of oxygen. Solvolysis is chemical degradation, as was mentioned. So that uses strong chemicals like acids and alkalis, which in themselves have production dangers. And gasification is similar to pyrolysis. It's kind of like burning, but it's just high temperature. Gasification uses a small amount of oxygen. So the products of all these procedures are carbon dioxide, which is waste and greenhouse gas, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, which can be burned for energy, biofuels, and syngas. So it's basically the idea is we're making more fuel. So we're using heat and greenhouse gas to produce plastic. Then we're using heat and greenhouse gas to break them down again and producing more carbon dioxide in the carbon products as well as in the manufacturing. And then these are burned as heat. So heat, again, is contributing to global warming. It's also been mentioned none of these processes, they've been around for decades, but none have been developed to the scale that will make a dent in the plastic crisis. And to the extent that such plants have been operative, they are characterized worldwide in India, Russia, Finland, and Germany by fatal accidents and explosions. And I also wanted to mention regarding community pushback, there was pushback against those two proposed previous plans for gasification, and there will be pushback, and to the extent that there's not pushback, it's because the public does not understand these processes. It was also mentioned in the SEQ committee hearing, Senator Hewitt asked, if this technology is proprietary, how could we know that it's harmful? Well, the details, particular plants, may be proprietary because they're trying to make more money, but the basic laws of physics and chemistry apply. That if you're burning or plastic at high temperatures, you're going to produce waste products. And then it was also asked in the committee hearing, well, why would companies do this if it appears to not be beneficial? And the reason is obviously short-term profits to perpetuate fossil fuel and plastic business models. I also want to mention this term environmental justice is important. It's being kind of bandied about as a catchphrase for state and federal administration. Yet we have yet to see meaningful change for black and brown communities in our state, especially in Cancer Alley. New petrochemical plants continue to be permitted and constructed, and so these are basically going to be more petrochemical plants. So I would advocate to please vote against this bill. And this would be a first voice, or maybe not the first, but an important voice in terms of environmental justice. And I'll stop you there. I urge you please to vote. I'll stop.
Okay. Thank you, Penny. The board is clear. All right, members, I have a few other cards in opposition, not willing to speak. I do have an email from Ms. Penny that I'll introduce into the record pursuant to her request. I have a card in opposition with an email from Angele Bradford with the Sierra Club and from Ms. Kim Goodell with an email that we'll introduce into the record, as well as two emails from Ms. Kim Goodell. I see a motion on the table to move the bill favorably from Representative Guyman. Are there any objections? There is an objection from Representative Landry. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice Chairman Voryak? Yes. Representative Butler? Representative Carrier? Representative Cormier? Yes. Yes. Representative DeVilliers? Representative Guyman? Yes. Yes. Representative Kerner? Yes. Representative Landry? No. Representative Mincy? Representative Orgeron? Yes. Representative Reiser? Yes. Yes. Representative Romero? Yes. Yes. Representative Shammerhorn? Yes. Yes. Representative Wheat? Yes. 9 yeas and 1 nay.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Okay, on a vote of 9-1, the bill moves favorably. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Senator. Would you return to the table and we'll get your next bill up as well. Next up will be Senate Bill 96 from Chairman Lambert. Ms. Stalder, please read in the bill.
Senate Bill 96 provides for the waste tire program in the Department of Environmental Quality.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman.
On your bill, yes, sir.
Thank you. As you all know, we have a real problem with waste tires, and what this is an attempt to try to tighten some up. It's a department bill. It basically brings generators under the purview of the department. It also sets up some fines and so forth to make sure that people are only certain people are dealing with the tires. It makes misdemeanor offenses. And also puts in some regulations where you cannot hold more than, I think it's 20 waste tires without a valid transporter permit or other permits. And we did make an exception on the Senate floor for commercial farmers because they have a lot of big tires, and sometimes for them to hold more than they hold more than 20 tires because it costs so much to move those tires. But this is basically a department bill from DEQ.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board is, sorry, we got Representative Shammerhorn. Yes, sir.
I was just not wanted to be first again, but that's okay. Okay, if you finally figured out today that I do own a landfill, okay, one of our biggest complaints from DEQ, well, we get rode up every time DEQ comes because of tires. Okay, our company runs 550 big 30-yard roll-off container boxes all over 9 parishes. What happens is some of your good customers that's been with you for 20 years, they'll have a box. And somebody from the neighborhood will see that box and they will throw 2 or 3 of their old tires in that box. Well, it comes to our landfill, we dump it out and we go through, because we do recycle, we go through each and every load with track hoe. We get the tires and we pull them out and we put them in another container. Is at my cost, okay? It costs me the money to, I was a transporter several different times, but by the time I would get enough tires, and DEQ would come up there and write me in violation because I had more tires than what I was supposed to. But I would have to go to Scott, Louisiana to dispose of them. It cost me X number of dollars per tire, okay? Tires in Louisiana are regulated. Tires in Texas are not. The other day during this hurricane, we were getting a whole lot of tires. DEQ came up there and they wrote us up. We hauled 300 and something tires to Texas without a manifest, without any other documentation, because Texas does not regulate them. We hauled them to a recycle facility where they chip them up.
That was in Texas?
In Texas, yes, sir. Because we let our transporter permit expire, okay? So I wasn't able to haul them to a facility in Louisiana because it had expired, okay? The problem with being a transporter today is the fact that you have to have a bond. You buy the permit for one vehicle only, and, it's just dedicated for that one vehicle. If that one vehicle breaks down or is tied up somewhere else, you can't just get in another vehicle and make the load. So, I mean, yes, we need regulations, but, man, I tell you, we are, and I know our waste tire program is in dire need of financial a boost. We're going the wrong ways with the waste tire, and this here's been an issue since the late 90s, I guess. Is Bijan, when he first came on, he was over the tire program, and I couldn't talk to him on the phone because I couldn't understand him, you know. And I finally had to get somebody else to tell me what all was going on.
Well, he might not have been able to understand you either, so let's call a spade a spade.
That's true. That's true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification, okay? But what I'm getting at is, man, 20 tires, the landfills, 20 tires is not enough, okay? We need to have some kind of waiver, you know, because we're going to get rid of them. Dr. Brown and I have been in discussion for 3 years trying to figure out how to address our tire program. Because I'm set up a little bit different than most others landfills because I do so much processing and mulch and stuff like that. I have other capabilities, but I would just like to amend where landfills are capable of holding up to 100 tires on your bill, if DEQ wouldn't have a problem with that.
Well, you're sitting on the committee, so I mean, you know, look, from what you're saying, I can see that can be a real problem because you're winding up with tires that you didn't, somebody put in a dumpster, and when you just kind of surprise, here's what I have.
Well, and the thing is, whenever you have a good customer that has used you for so many years, you call him and say, hey, I got to charge you for these tires. You know, they're going to cost me like $12 each for me the time I get them to Scott. Well, those aren't my tires. And I'm not going to make one of my customers mad because somebody from somewhere else threw tires in there.
And
you
it's
know?
dumpster.
So it's stuff that the landfill or the roll-off container people have to eat. So could we work on that between here and the floor?
I'd be happy to speak, you know, with the department and Mr. Brown and you two, because I can see where that can be a problem.
Okay, thank you. And I will have to recuse myself.
Yes, sir.
On the vote.
So you're going to recuse yourself on the vote today?
Yes.
You're not going to move forward with an amendment in this committee because he's committed to working with you between here and the floor. I see our staff scrambling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shammerhorn.
I like doing that.
Okay. Okay. The board is clear. I do have DEQ here, present and willing to provide information. If there's any appetite to ask them any questions, which I don't see. We have two cards in favor here and not willing to speak. Rebecca Treesh with the Louisiana Wildlife Federation and also Christy Trail with the Pontchartrain Conservancy. I do have a question, it sounds like, in closing.
I was going to say now DEQ is not going to be able to speak on the floor, so if they want to speak on what Rodney was talking about, let's have them bring them up now. Now
If you don't mind, if you-
Yeah, I
okay,
think that
Mr.
would probably
Chairman.
be the wise thing.
Yeah, I think that's, now it's going to be the time to have any input if they.
Thank you. Some wise words from Representative Reiser. Representative Reiser, you going to turn it back over to Mr.
I'm going to turn it
Shammerhorn?
back over
Okay,
to
go ahead.
Representative Shamhorn now, correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, Representative Shammerhorn, your button is pressed. Do you have a question to clarify your questions earlier with DQ?
How are you doing?
Just fine. How are you, sir?
Good. You understand where I'm coming from. I mean, you're involved in it quite regularly. And I'm not the only landfill.
Right.
I mean, they're not really exempt. I'm also on the Louisiana Solid Waste Board. We do the providing of the training for operators and you know, certified landfills. So after DEQ leaves the room, okay, and it's just the landfill operators and stuff in the room by ourselves, the number one problem comes up is tires. And, you know, we have nowhere to go with them. You know, some can't wait until DEQ comes and visits them, and then they'll get up there and they chop them or do something else, you know, to get rid of them. I mean, it's a bad problem, and you may want to explain how in deficit the tire program is, because y'all run close to almost in the red every year. Am I correct?
I don't have the numbers, people, with me today. I think we are, the lion's share, almost all of the money we collect is paid back out during the year. We don't typically run much of a surplus. I can't speak to exact numbers because, again, I'm not the numbers person, the fiscal services person who would have the actual numbers. We did get an increase in our fees that we collect from the waste tire generators, and that's helped. And so we're no longer running deeply in arrears. I do know that. I don't know how close to the bone we're actually running right now, though.
Yes, sir. Okay. But would y'all have a problem with the landfills increasing their ability to hold some more extra tires?
At first glance, I don't necessarily see a problem there. I think it's something we can then that the law would provide us an opportunity to do, even as written, because you can't do it without a permit or authorization, and certainly we can provide such authorizations through regulations. And I'm sure we'd be happy to work with the landfills to do so, to try to address the issue.
Okay. And we can get between here and the floor in the next day or so. This probably wouldn't hit the floor until Tuesday or Wednesday, Mr. Chairman? That's correct. Okay. So we could have some understanding before then. Maybe Dr. Brown would want to really get involved and see what else we could do with these tires as far as the landfills, and because it is the major concern of all of us. It really is. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Horn. Again, the board is clear. No more questions. There is a motion on the table by Representative Romero to move the bill favorably. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, Senate Bill 96 moves favorably.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Okay, next up, we're going to take up HCR 82 by Representative Mincy. As he makes his way to the table, Mr. Bosworth, please read in the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Concurrent Resolution 82 directs the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development to study water drainage issues in Livingston Parish as a result of Interstate 12 median walls.
Okay, and there is an amendment to get the bill in its proper posture. Mr. Bosworth.
Mr. Chairman, members, the amendment set in front of you is coded 2771 in the top right-hand corner, and it just adds clarifying language.
Okay. Mr. Mincy, I know, is going to move to adopt the amendment. Are there any objections to the adoption of the amendment? Seeing no objections, the amendment is adopted. Representative Mincy, on your HCR.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to be with you this morning to talk about HCR 82. Last time I was before the committee, I talked about my area, my region, the Emmett River Basin, and doing some studying because of our flooding history. In 38 years, I think my area is flooded. We've reached flood stage 16 times. So that's but it's a continuous issue for us. In 83 was our 100-year flood. And then in 2016, as you all know, we received the major flood that we had. But in my parish, it was significant. 94% of our families were affected. 94% of our structures were affected. And I think 99% of the businesses were affected. Had 16 flooded schools, and 19 sites overall. So, part of the problem was the interstate barrier that was erected, and, it elevated the water level on the north side of the interstate considerably. And, since then, 2016, it's been over 4.5 years. We don't have any solution to fix that problem. And so this HCR is just a direct DOTD to work with other state agencies and figure out what that solution may be, and present that back to us. So I'd like to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Representative Mincy. And I did visit your district with Representative Pope after the flood, and it was catastrophic, to say the least, with the amount of damage that was done, and the construction I know took we're still under construction in some places to rebuild. So I know your district appreciates you bringing this ACR. There are no questions.
And Mr. Chair, if you
Yeah, go
don't
ahead.
mind, I just
sir.
to kind of
Yeah,
put it in
I think this
perspective.
will be important because we talked about this. So go ahead and present your PowerPoint.
Yeah, this is what we're directing at right now. Is just trying to find a solution to that barrier. You can see on the north side, on the right side, how much it retained the water, and we just, we're flood prone. After this flood hit us in 2016, I guess 4.5, 5 hours of west of us, Houston got hit, so we were just real close to having another one, and we just need to get ahead of it, find solutions, and try to fix it before the next big rain event. And at this time, I'd just like to also thank Secretary Wilson and DOTD, and talking to CPRA and all these folks who are willing to work with us and try to find some solutions. So I want to thank them, and I thank this committee for hearing this.
Just to clarify, that's I-12?
That is I-12, that's
what's
correct.
What's the exit right there?
That should be, what you're looking at right there is not an actually...
that's an overpass.
That's an overpass, there, but that's right in the Denham Springs exit.
All right, thank you, Representative Mincy, as a member of the committee.
I move, we accept.
Okay. There's a motion to move HCR 82 favorably.
As amended.
As amended. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, HCR 82 is moved as amended. Thank you, Representative. I just saw Representative Hilferty join us, so next up we'll take up HCR 37 by Vice Chairman Hilferty. Mr. Bosworth, please read in the HCR.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. House Concurrent Resolution 37 urges and requests the Department of Environmental Quality to implement measures to prevent the release and discharge of pre-production plastic from facilities into the waters of the state of Louisiana. We have an amendment.
Okay, and we do have an amendment to put the bill in its proper posture. Mr. Bosworth, please read the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, members, the amendment set before you is coded 2749 in the top right-hand corner. It's being passed out. And these amendments add clarifying language.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and offer up the amendments. Are there any objections to the adoption of the amendments? Seeing no objections, the amendments are adopted. Vice Chairman Hilferty, on your HCR.
Thank you, Chairman Kusan. This is something that actually came up in the fall time of last year. There was an accidental spill on the river of pre-production plastics into the river. And it came to light at that point that there was actually no notification process or spill protocol for these pre-production plastics that are about the size of a lentil, maybe a grain of rice, tiny pieces that then go on to make plastics. As we have more plastic groups coming into the state, I worked with the Department of Environmental Quality, industry, as well as Christy Trail, sitting next to me, is from the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Foundation. She's the executive director, to work with all parties engaged to say, as we have more of these in our state, how can we make sure that they're not spilling into our environment? And so that is what you see before you. This is a collaborative effort with those parties.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Ms. Trail, please introduce yourself for the committee. And welcome back.
Hi, good morning. My name is Christy Trail. I'm the executive director of the Pontchartrain Conservancy. We teach and provide specific opportunities for action in Southeast Louisiana to be environmental stewards who sustain our natural resources and protect our future. Our mission is all about research, advocacy, and education, and I've had the opportunity to serve as the director of this organization for the past 4 years. We consider ourselves a partner with businesses, government, and community members throughout Southeast Louisiana. As was mentioned, in early August of 2020, approximately 25 tons of pre-production plastic pellets, or nurdles, spilled into the Mississippi River in New Orleans from a cargo ship that lost its mooring during a thunderstorm. With no cleanup plan in place and no responsible party identified for the cleanup, these light plastic pellets washed ashore along the river and made their way many miles from the actual spill. After the spill, groups of volunteers organized to try to minimize the impacts, picking up pellets along the riverbanks in New Orleans, Gretna, and Chalmette. A waste management company was finally enlisted, but it was a full 3 weeks after the incident. The state of Louisiana was simply not prepared to act. Pre-production plastics in our waterways pose a real threat to fish and wildlife in Louisiana and many waterways across the United States and the world that are used for commerce. When seen floating in our waterways, fish and birds and other species eat these small pieces of plastic, mistaking them for food, but they aren't food. They accumulate in wildlife and make their way up the food chain and into the fish and seafood that we love to eat in Louisiana. This category of spill is relatively new, and several states and regulators are evaluating this issue. This resolution by Representative Hilferty will allow Louisiana to begin to identify responsible parties for cleanup of any future spills, and perhaps more importantly, will direct LDEQ to get in front of these disasters by identifying and implementing measures to contain these materials in the manufacturing facilities themselves to prevent the release of nurdles into the waterways in the first place. This is an important step in resolving a problem that will not go away on its own, and I urge you to pass HCR 37 so that LDEQ can begin to meaningfully address this issue. Thank you.
Okay, and Representative Hilferty, you may have mentioned it, but I think you have been working with the department, correct?
Yes. Yeah, this has been a collaborative effort between the Department of Environmental Quality, some of our industry representatives in the state, as well as scientifically based groups like the Basin Foundation, to make sure that what we're looking at is practical, is going to serve its purpose, because really what we're trying to do is contain these spills. It can be very hard once the material is spilled out to then recapture it.
Okay, and I also note that we're not talking about intentional. I mean, we're covering both intentional and unintentional.
Yeah, and to be very clear,
the
the incident that happened in the fall was unintentional. It was a weather event, and look, if the past few days have shown us anything, those are going to happen in southern Louisiana. So that's why we're looking to make sure that the spill plan is in place ahead of time.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chairman Hilferty. I'm going to move favorably.
Thanks.
As amended, move as amended. The board is clear. Are there any objections to moving the bill as amended? Seeing no objections, the bill moves as amended. I do have other cards in favor that some of them wish to speak, but it's already done. Christy Trail, who just spoke, Jane Patton with No Waste Louisiana, Marion Freistadt, Kathy Wascom with Louisiana Environmental Action Network, Rebecca Treesh with Louisiana Wildlife Federation, and Peter Browns with Louisiana Progress Action. And because I made the mistake, if Ms. Freistadt would like to come up and make a brief statement, do you want to speak still? Yes? I apologize. So I'm going to let them make a closing comment, and then but the bill is already moved as amended. But I want you to be able to speak in favor of a bill since,
Yes, thank you, committee, for moving favorably. Let's see. I did want to mention that there was a $50 million lawsuit in Texas brought by environmentalists with regard to nurdle pollution. So it is real important that this be regulated. The nurdles are an intermediate in the production of plastics. So the precursors are cracked. The petroleum is cracked and then polymerized. And there's a viscous powder that's produced from that, and then that's molded into these pre-production pellets that are sent to manufacturers for single use or other plastic. And the issue is that, or one issue is that these nurdles can escape during manufacturing. So it was mentioned intentional or unintentional. I don't think that the companies are intentionally spreading them, but they are released just during the manufacturing process and during shipping. So it is really important that this be regulated. It was mentioned, but just California passed a bill in 2007, so 14 years ago, already regulating this. South Carolina and Texas are moving on these initiatives right now. And the nurdles are used in the manufacture, but what happens is when they get released into the environment, they break down into microplastics. And as was mentioned, it enters the food chain, but it has been estimated that every person ingests the equivalent of one credit card's worth of plastic per week. So we're already taking in these plastics. So anything we can do to stop that would help. And I wanted to mention Dr. Benfield of LSU has been researching this, and they've been collecting small plastics from the river upstream Baton Rouge, Baton Rouge, and then also on Elmer Island, and they found evidence that these nurdles have been being released for years, probably because they can analyze the pellets. They've been aged. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, appreciate it. As I mentioned, we did have a card in support from Jane Patton as well, who's going to waive her statement. We appreciate her coming to the committee. And with that, we're going to move on to the next HCR, which is mine, HCR 73. It was moved as amended. Okay. Mr. Corville, if you could join us at the table. HCR 73. Mr. Bosworth, please read in the HCR.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Concurrent Resolution 73 urges and requests the collaboration of certain departments with the Louisiana Waterfowl Working Group to improve waterfowl habitats on private, state, and federally owned lands.
Okay. Thank you. There is an amendment to put the bill in its proper posture. Mr. Bosworth.
Mr. Chairman, members, the amendment before you is 2789 in the top right-hand corner, and it changes the requirement for LWWG to submit a written report to the committee from March 1st, 2022 to annually.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bosworth. All right, members. HER 73 is a collaboration of folks that have come to the table to try to improve our duck hunting in the state. Excuse me. There is a motion by myself to adopt the amendment. Are there any objections to the adoption of the amendment? Hearing no objections, the amendment is adopted. Back to the bill. So duck hunting perhaps is one of the most important aspects of our enjoyment of the state around Louisiana, but particularly in Lafayette and Acadiana. So this has been something that we've been following very closely as far as the anecdotal evidence of the reduction in our duck population over the past couple of years. I personally got out of my own lease because there was no more ducks there, and we're seeing that across the state. This is a trend that we'd like to reverse, and so this is an effort to do that. It's going to take a major collaboration. As you can see here, we're dealing with a nonprofit in this case, but we're asking the state to coordinate with this nonprofit. And so I brought to the table with me today Mr. Chad Corville, a former member of the Wildlife and Fisheries Commission, but also a land manager and an avid duck hunter as well. So, Mr. Corville, I'd like to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I will defer to one of our working group members to speak first, and then I'll have a few words and then be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. Please introduce yourself.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Randy Haney, and I'm here today as a citizen and a member of Oak Grove Hunting Club. The club owners along the coast of Louisiana and throughout the state are getting together to actually work with private, state, and federal authorities to see what we can do as a study group. And that's why we wanted to call it a working group. We're actually going to help fund studies. We're going to actually do research and see what we can do as citizens to improve the duck population and the outdoors in Louisiana. Many other states are moving this direction already, so we're a step behind. So give you guys an idea, Lenny Lemoyne's agreed to be our first chair of the organization. We have Jim Flores involved, Richard Zujalog with their camp, Richard Lipsy with Oak Grove. So we're reaching out to all of the large camps in the state to join up together to work as a team. But we're looking forward to working with the Wildlife and Fisheries Department here in Louisiana, the National Resource Conservation Service in Washington, along with everybody else that can help us pull this together. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chad Corville. We've asked Chad to assist us on this project because he has a deep knowledge of ducks and conservation and land in Louisiana. So, Chad?
Thank you, Mr. Haney, and again, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. This whole group evolved probably over 2 or 3 years, where people continued to come to me. They know I'm fairly active in the duck world with my professional life and my personal life. And so this is a culmination of several years of a lot of people from across the state. We even have some folks in central Louisiana and even North Louisiana who are all sharing this concern about the trajectory of where waterfowl hunting is heading in Louisiana. As most of you guys probably know, I'm a habitat-based guy, recovering Ducks Unlimited regional biologist. I'm a biologist by training. So I'm a habitat-focused guy, and a lot of the stuff that you see in the resolution, and thank you again, Chairman Couson, for putting it together, is based off of habitat objectives across the state. We need to find a way to get our habitat back in order. We're working with folks like Dr. Steve Linscomb, former director of LSU Rice Research Station, to look at rice variety issues that are happening in the state. So we've got a lot of parts and pieces. It's not just one thing. But what I tell everybody when they're asking about our group, we need to get our backyard in order before we start worrying about what everybody else is doing. And so this is the first step in that. We're working with the Community Foundation of Acadiana to build our organization so that we're able to accept donations and fund projects as they come up to us. And we find out about different things and different problems. We need to learn about them. And so that's the intent. I do have a quick statement on behalf of our chairman. He asked me to share it with you, so I'll read it real quick. The Louisiana Waterfowl Working Group looks forward to working with the state and federal agencies to better understand Louisiana waterfowl habitat issues and potential solutions. So he apologizes that he's not able to be here today. So I'm sitting in this place at his request. So with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you all might have. I look forward to being able to come forward in front of this group at some point, or perhaps our chairman can present to you guys our findings of our first year of effort. But we intend this to be a continuing effort because as part of our mission statement, the habitat and the landscape changes constantly, and we have to find a way to either predict those changes or be able to adapt to those changes. And it's not looking great for us and for next duck season, honestly, with the habitat conditions up on the prairies. But that's still no excuse to not have our backyard in order.
Thank you. And there are some questions. Representative Mincy.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this to us. It's critical that we do everything we can to improve our habitat for our waterfowl and our wildlife. And I'd like to thank these two gentlemen for being here with us, Mr. Corbill, Mr. Haney. Mr. Haney, I can't think of a better place for you to be on your birthday than talking about improving waterfowl habitat. So happy birthday, and thank you for being here today. Mr. Corbill, you mentioned that we need to, take care of our backyard first, and I think you alluded to part of my question. Although our habitat improvement is important, it's also critical on what's happened north of us. Is there any intentions, or do you think that's possible that we can include, looking at those management practices here, or do you think it's more appropriate to keep it just focused on the habitat at this point?
I think our first order of business is to get our backyard in order and find out, kind of establish our baseline. And then after we kind of get a handle on that, then absolutely, I think it would be, I fully intend, and assuming the group wants to continue to move in that direction, we look at habitats up on the breeding grounds and in the midwinter grounds, in the migration corridor grounds. I think there's some new technology out there that'll give us some opportunities to see where are the critical stopover points. But I think the first priority is to look in our backyard and make sure we get that straight, because it's hard for us to tell somebody else what we think they should do until we have our act in order.
Yeah, and I agree. I guess I'm looking at just other management practices that's being taken place up north to retain the ducks and keep them up there, to keep them from flying down to us. So I think that's critical as well. So, but I thank you for your efforts, and I strongly support it. And we're passing a co-author sheet, so I'm proud to co-author it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Mincy. And I don't want to belabor the point, but would you comment on some of the technology that I've seen that maybe the members haven't seen with the tracking technology. And I know we don't have a PowerPoint today, but it's really, really fascinating to watch the.
I'm being a little bit
migration.
presumptuous, but assuming you guys pass it and it makes it all the way through the process, I fully expect to come in front of you guys and show you some of that technology. But we're able to put transmitters. I volunteer to help put transmitters on some birds that make it down here, and we mark them down here, and we're trying to understand how they're utilizing Louisiana's habitats. But we're also able to follow them up the flyway and back down, and it's a collaboration of private individuals and private donors, a collaboration with Wildlife and Fisheries, a collaboration with Ducks Unlimited, Delta Waterfowl, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask for donations, but we take money from just about anybody to try and get this stuff done, because none of it's cheap. But this technology that's out there now is opening the window to stuff that we frankly didn't really have a good handle on. And if we want to maintain the hunting heritage in this state, I personally believe it's critical to know what the birds that do make it down here, what are they doing, what's having a negative impact on those guys. And I think we're on to something pretty big, and I appreciate the department and their staff and their commitment to those projects, because you can ask me what I think all day, twice on Sunday, and it really doesn't amount to a hill of beans. When you can ask a duck what's motivating them and why are they making the decisions that they're making, that's the person who really matters for people like me who really care and are so passionate about the resource.
Okay, I got a lot of dad jokes about what a duck would say, but let's move on to Representative Reiser's question.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate what y'all are doing. I think the last good season we had was approximately in 2001. Prior to being elected, I missed 11 days in 10 years, so I'm pretty happy myself. Arkansas had the same deal where you could track the ducks. Did you watch that website back in the early 2000s and back?
Yeah, this is a little bit different than that from a precision standpoint, but yeah, it's similar.
But it's under my opinion that in watching that, and that's pretty my opinion, cold weather doesn't move a duck. It's the lack of food. So, it's always everybody said we're going to get cold weather, but cold weather is the ice. The ice is the inability to get to the food. So they traditionally stud guard usually about 100 miles off the ice line. So with that being said, it seems to be, and I have studied that other website and went through and watched Arkansas, that it is still just the matter of they're not running out of food. And the ice line has not been where it might have been, but still they don't go. And I'll say right here, in my part of the world, a lot of people say that DU created too much habitat north of us and expanded water. This cup of water will freeze at 32 degrees probably pretty quick. If you enhance that to a 100-acre field, it might not freeze over that night. There, henceforth, not having your ice line, which would normally push the ducks down. So that's the conversations that we have in our duck line as we go through. And anything you can do on the coast, they got to fly over my house to get to you. So that's a real good thing. We're on the secondary flyway, and then the Mississippi flyway, the primary, hasn't been that well. It started evolving and changing probably in the 90s. Then it went to the secondary flyway, and in the 60s there was a flyway, the Castor flyway. So those flyways have changed through the years, but that's been my observation on that. And until we can enhance them to come eat here in Louisiana, I think that's the objective.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I think a lot of what we have seen in recent times is symptomatic of poor production on the prairies, and the age ratio data will suggest that the young ones are easier and a little bit have a few less inhibitions of coming into a decoy spread. And so I think our group is going to look at all of those factors and get a lot of that. That's my
next question. So it's going to be a cumulative data through the flyway?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Okay. We're going to do, and part of our intent of our group is to be able to get information out to the masses, so that they can see it maybe through a different lens of what we're able to get access to, and share information with people that it's not going to have the same typical tint that you see from some of the other nonprofits. It's going to be, it is what it is,
and
the
that's
good,
what
the bad.
And that's what I would like to see, completely unbiased.
That is our intent.
And when I say it DU, I'm just telling you what people say when we're setting the duck blind, for the various reasons. If we get an unbiased, something factual to go through, and if that if some organization has enhanced duck hunting above us or the migratory flyway, I think for once in a while we need to prove that factual or disfactual, and see what we're doing.
What I'm most excited about working with is NRCS, because ag policy is really what moves the needle. And if we can change
That's back to my original point. Food
ag
moves duck.
policy a little bit, that's a little bit more friendly to waterfowl in general, and then specifically more friendly to waterfowl in Louisiana, I think we can really make a big difference.
I really like what you're doing, and maybe we can get some real data.
I'm looking forward to it. I think we
Thank
have
you,
an
Randy.
opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Representative Reiser. Representative Boryak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, gentlemen. I wish we were having this discussion in Little Chenier instead of Baton Rouge, but I think we'll take it. You know, on behalf of the people in the Chenier Plain and in Cameron and Vermilion Parish, I appreciate the effort of this group. You know, sometimes I think we focus on a lot of the large numbers and the impacts of certain industries, good, bad, and indifferent. And I think today what you're going to see is in Cameron Parish, the Ag Center put out an agricultural production rating of each one of the different crops or economic generators for each parish in the entire state. You know what Cameron's was? Of all the things that we have and offer, waterfowl leases were number one, even above cattle and rice and crawfish. So to have an understanding of what the economic benefits of this effort could potentially be is significant. But number two, let's look at the cultural aspect of this.
Right.
We just went through a little bit with Laura and Delta, okay? You know what hurt people more than anything was not being able to take their son or grandson or godson or goddaughter out to the blind.
Absolutely.
It hurt the people. In spite of their home being gone, it still hurt them. And so anything we can do to recapture potentially what we have lost, I'm fully supportive of. And if the chairman will have me, I'd love to be a co-author. Thank you for your efforts. The first meeting, I'll cook for y'all when y'all come to Cameron.
We're going to take you up on that, Representative Boryak.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Boryak, we want to thank you and the people of Cameron Parish. As you know, we have a great relationship there in the parish, and you know the people of Cameron Parish, and I know it's this way in all of your parishes. They are really wonderful Louisiana folks, and we enjoy working with them during duck season. You know, we leave a lot of valuable equipment down in those camps, and we lock the doors, but we don't worry. The local people watch over our properties, the boats, and they have just been wonderful to work with. So I want to thank you personally, and we're going to take you up on that first meal. Yes.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Boryak. Representative Romero.
Chairman, and thank you both for bringing this, or the chairman for bringing it. But I know after talking to you, Mr. Corville, that this project that y'all are working on is going to be, it's not just about the ducks.
Right.
You're talking about changing the environment. You're talking about changing the way that maybe farmers do business to where they can be more profitable. And Mr. Boryak said exactly what I wanted to say was those leases are just as valuable to those farmers as maybe their crops.
Yes.
And it's gotten to that point, and we need to get back there. We need to figure out how Louisiana can get back there to where it was, 30 years ago. But, and the financial benefits, having Dr. Steve Linscomb on the team is just going to be phenomenal, because those rice farmers, he developed rice varieties for many years, and those farmers depended upon him to give them good varieties, and I think having him on board is certainly going to be a plus too. But I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Romero.
Thank you, Representative Romero. The board is clear. I'm going to let you gentlemen close on the HCR on my behalf.
I just would like to thank you guys for your favorable consideration. The one thing I also want to do is temper enthusiasm. We can't guarantee good duck seasons, but we can definitely guarantee that we know what's going on with our habitat. So if I would give you a prediction right now, it's going to be a little bumpy this year based on what I've seen up on the prairies. So if you have some vacation days, I'd certainly take them before Christmas.
Okay. Thank you both for your testimony. There is a motion to move the bill as amended by Vice Chairman Boryak. Are there any objections to the motion? There are no objections. The bill moves as amended.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Okay, next up, as a matter of course, we're going to take up HB 551 by Cormier, which Representative Cormier is going to move to voluntarily defer. Are there any objections to the motion to voluntarily defer Representative Cormier's House Bill 551? Seeing no objections, the bill is voluntarily deferred. And I think the reason why most people are here today is for House Bill 535 by Representative Ogeron. Okay, staff, please read in the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Bill 535 provides relative to the geographic location for the taking of Menhaden.
Okay, Representative Ogeron, on your bill.
Thank you very much, esteemed fellow members of my committee. Thank you for coming to hear this important bill. I'll first tell you quickly what it's not. Well, let me tell you, I got a lot of constituent input from various recreational fishermen in my area. And we did work for quite a while with all the stakeholders through several COVID-based Zoom meetings. And so I see a lot of the experts that I saw on the other end of the Zoom call here to testify. So I'm going to try to stay out of the details and just tee this up real quick for you. What it's not is it's not to try to harm a very important menhaden bait fish industry. Started in the 40s. I saw them in the 80s. Whenever I was getting my pilot's license, them using their spotter planes. So I was familiar with their industry for quite a while, and I know they're important in each of their own areas. They support lots of good-paying jobs and communities. So what it is, though, it is to establish some minimal regulatory guardrails on the coexistence of some ecosystems. The menhaden, or you'll commonly hear them pogie, is the common name. Basically a bait fish. We've seen in previous meetings many of the crawfishermen come in. A lot of them use pogie for their crawfishing bait, and most of the menhaden industry that you'll see here is used to create fish meal, used in a lot of important feedstocks for livestock and fish. What this bill does do is it establishes a Texas to Mississippi 1/2 mile fishing exclusion zone, buffer zone, and with some exceptions in some higher user areas with recreational fishermen, basically from the west side of Timberlair Island to the east side of Grand Terre. It extends it out to a full mile, and then within that mile is the island of Grand Isle, and it extends that exclusion zone to 3 miles. They've historically had a gentleman's agreement that they would stay at least 3 miles off of Grand Isle, so it'll basically codify that. As I said, there's whenever the stakeholder meetings did not come up with a compromise amongst the industry and the recreational fishermen, I filed the bill, and quickly organizations like CCA became very interested, and that's why Mr. David Cresson from CCA is here, and after he gives some opening testimony, we'll happily take questions.
Okay, Mr. Cresson, please introduce yourself for the committee.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is David Cresson. I'm the Executive Director of the Coastal Conservation Association of Louisiana. Many of you would know that as CCA. It's a pleasure to be with you. I am here representing several volunteers in the room, hopefully many people that reached out to you through email comments over the last several days, and about 20,000 CCA members across Louisiana in about 30 chapters. And we are here to thank Representative Ogeron, also Representative Kerner, Representative Cormier, Representative Cousin, Representative Zerang, Fontenot, Senator Alain, and Senator Henskins, who all were part of working on this over the last several months, and we appreciate all their efforts. I'm also here to carry with me a message for our coalition partners. CCA is here in body, but our coalition partners. Some are here today in body. Many have reached out to you through written testimony, and all of them are very concerned about this. Just briefly, they are the Louisiana Charter Boat Association, the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partners, the National Audubon Society, the Audubon Society of Louisiana, the American Sport Fishing Association, the International Game Fish Association, Wild Oceans, Menhaden Defenders, the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, Pew, Bonefish Tarpon Trust, the Fly Fishers Internationals, and many, many others. And we are all here to express to you our concern over this issue and our thanks and support for Representative Ogeron and his leadership through House Bill 535. Representative Ogeron talked a little bit about what a menhaden is, and he did a good job, and I don't need to belabor that, but you need to understand, if you would, that this may be the very most important fish in the sea. Everything eats a pogie. Birds, fish, mammals, they all eat it, and we have all of those on our beaches. They play a very important role in filter feeding. They clean the waters, and I'm sure you'll hear some about that later on. They also play a very important industrial role in our country. They, as Representative Ogeron said, they do provide feed for animals across the country and around the world, fish farms, etc. There is a small bait fishery here in Louisiana that I don't think propagates their business inside a half a mile anyway. But menhaden is an incredibly important fish. It is forage to all of the fish that we care about, the pelicans, the birds, the mammals, the dolphins, etc. How are they harvested? They're harvested by really 3 companies in Louisiana, one a small bait company in the Vermilion area, and then 2 companies, who I'm sure you'll hear from later today, who have 3 plants in the Gulf Coast. Omega has 2 plants, one in Abbeville and one in Moss Point, Mississippi, and they both catch fish in Louisiana. West Bank Fisheries is in Empire, Louisiana, and they certainly catch plenty of fish in Louisiana. I will tell you, we've had very good conversations with these folks over the last year or more. Personally, I like them. They're good guys. They've been helpful to work with. But as Representative Ogeron said, we simply could not find a compromise that worked for the conservation community and the industry, so we're here today. They use big boats, 160, 170, 180-foot boats that draft, according to their staff, 8 to 10 to sometimes 13 feet of water when they're loaded with their catch. You can imagine the issue with having boats that draft that much water in such shallow areas of our coast. They use enormous nets. 1,500 feet in some cases is the size of the nets. It's more than a quarter mile. So the size of a track in a circle is the size of the nets that they could put out. Again, we don't have a problem with that unless it's so close to the shoreline in these shallow areas. A couple of facts for you to consider. The Gulf catch of menhaden annually is about 1.1 billion pounds, give or take. That's the average catch in general. And depending on what numbers you look at, we look at the Gulf Menhaden Regional Management Plan, which said 88% of that 1.1 billion comes from Louisiana. So this is very much a Louisiana issue, whether that number's 80 or 90 or 85. This is a Louisiana fishery that we should pay special attention to. We are the only, and 20% of that 88% that comes out of Louisiana, according to the industry, comes from within 1/2 mile of our coast. I'm sure most of you have been down on the coast, and you know that if you're inside 1/2 mile on the Louisiana coast, you're in very shallow water. You're up to your neck in a lot of places. And so we feel like that area needs the protection that Representative Ogeron's bill would provide. Louisiana is the only state on the Gulf Coast that has no buffer zone. Florida doesn't allow this kind of fishing inside of their state waters. Alabama has a 1-mile buffer zone around their shorelines and their barrier islands. Mississippi has a 1-mile buffer zone off of 2 of their 3 coastal counties. Texas has a 1/2 mile buffer zone and a 31 and change million pound catch limit. And so now you know why most of the fishing happens in Louisiana. Louisiana is also one of the only states in the country that really allows this kind of fishing at all. And we're not asking for that to stop. The problem is when you take that much fish and that much bycatch with this style of fishing, with such large boats, from such shallow water, add in the user conflict that Representative Ogeron discussed, we have concerns. And we believe Representative Ogeron's bill addresses all of those concerns. As I said, we've worked with these good men and women a lot, and we've heard a lot of their talking points. They have implied that this is all about user conflict to us. I will tell you that for CCA and for our conservation partners, this is not about user conflict. This is very much a conservation issue. User conflict is a byproduct of this style of fishing, but it is not the reason we are here talking about this. We could show you plenty of videos, plenty of photographs of boats up on the beach and all those things. We're not doing that today. But it is not a user conflict issue. Representative Ogeron's bill would absolutely address the enormous user conflict issue. That's not why we're here. You might hear some people talk about how this is all about bycatch. Again, the bycatch we're concerned with is the bycatch that happens in that very shallow surf zone. I think the industry will tell you that their bycatch levels are pretty clean compared to most commercial fisheries, and we frankly agree with that. There's a lot of discussion about where the numbers come from and how old they are, and no need to really discuss that. But what I'm telling you is that if Representative Ogeron's bill to move these folks just a short ways offshore or to make it through this legislative process, we wouldn't be as concerned with the bycatch that's happening further away from the beach. I think a big thing you'll hear today is that this will cost people their jobs. Representative Ogeron already talked about that. And I will tell you that Representative Ogeron's bill does not ask for the industry to catch one single fish fewer than they do right now. We're not asking them to fish any fewer days. We're simply asking for a basic buffer to where our shorelines, our resources on that shoreline are protected from this very industrialized style of fishing. I do expect that limiting that inside 1/2 mile could make fishing a little more difficult. The airplanes see the fish in the shallow water much better. It's easier for the boats to get there and kind of trap the fish up against the shoreline. And I expect that will become slightly more difficult offshore. I'm sure you'll hear different accounts of that. But what I do also expect is that even if they have to go a little further offshore to get them, they will get the fish they need to fill the orders they have. And we have no problem with that. Absolutely not an issue for us. So I think one way you could look at it is this actually may cause a few extra days on the water where you have to employ people and pay them a good wage. A couple of other things. You might hear some discussion about how this may not be biologically necessary, but I will tell you that when you say that, you're looking at it in through a very narrow lens. The reason some people might say it's not biologically necessary is because the menhaden stock is in relatively good shape. But that's an antiquated way to manage this type of fish. Forage fish should be managed on the health of the entire ecosystem, on the way they interact with speckled trout and redfish and pelicans and dolphins and snapper and tarpon and amberjack and everything. They're doing that in other parts of the country. We're not there yet. We'd like to see the state get there, but we're not asking for that today. What I'm telling you, though, is that to say that it is not biologically necessary to do this ignores all of those factors. And so one other thing that the industry has said in testimony is that this is somehow a first step towards CCA and other conservation groups going after other commercial industries and trying to restrict their access to these waters. And I can tell you, Mr. Vice Chair, this absolutely has nothing to do with any of that. Those other industries are highly regulated already. They've got armies of people at Wildlife and Fisheries that already regulate those fisheries. We work very closely with some of those fisheries on a lot of issues. We're working with the shrimp industry right now on a bait fishing issue that we feel like will help shrimpers and help the recreational community. This has nothing to do with going after other industries. I'm going to close. I did send to all of you some polling information that we took. This is really not a polarizing issue for the people of Louisiana. We polled the entire coast, every coastal parish. These are 80, 85, 90% poll numbers that feel like something reasonable should happen here. And we believe Representative Ogeron's bill is just that. I am happy to answer any questions for you. By the way, I do have copies of the polling information if you don't have it with you, if you don't have the email from the other day. And I very much appreciate you taking time to listen to me.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to make one point that Mr. Cresson had left out, and that is we're going to hear about the bycatch. I just want to give the bycatch species or the types of fish, and we mentioned redfish, trout, croakers, mullet, shrimp, and shark. That's kind of like the main set. And then you're going to hear them talk about 2% as being the maximum bycatch. You look at a pie chart and you say, Joe, 2%, that's small infinitesimal amount. But whenever you think of 1 billion with a B pounds of menhaden being caught, 2% is 20 million pounds of these dead other fish. So it is a large amount that needs to be quantified. So with that, I'd love to take questions if y'all have any.
Sure. Real quick, thank you, Mr. Cresson, for your testimony. And I think you're spot on. There are going to be a lot of issues discussed today. So you referenced the fact that this had been, there was an attempt to come to a compromise and to work through this outside of this building and this committee, which sometimes is scary when you bring things here. But in your opinion, and I'm going to ask every person and group that comes to the table, I will ask the same question. Where was the disconnect? Where did you come to a point and an impasse where it didn't look like things were going to work itself out outside of this bill?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, just a bit of history. Commissioner Chad Corville, who you actually heard from a minute ago, and I think will speak again today when he has an opportunity, presented a motion to the Wildlife and Fisheries Commission in November to create a 1-mile buffer zone coastwide and made a very compelling case. But the commission at the time instead asked that we go back to the drawing board, work on this with the industry and legislators and so forth. So we did. We worked for a few months on that, and the final piece on that was an offer by the industry to the conservation community of a 1/4 mile buffer zone, which is actually very similar to what Representative Cormier's bill was. And so to answer your question, Representative Bourriac, the disconnect was that distance from shore. 1 mile is what we ultimately would like to see, but we believe that 1/2 mile is a very good compromise position between the conservation and recreational community and the industry that still allows them plenty of water to fish, plenty of access to all the fish they need, and that's where the disconnect really occurred, between that distance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cormier with a question.
Yes.
Thank you all for coming today. Representative Ogeron, you are a representative in the state of Louisiana, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so we represent Louisiana first, and then we represent our individual districts. And to me, this is all about jobs. I know in Plaquemines we have fishermen that come in from Alabama, Mississippi, Florida. I'm sure on the west side of the state, they come in from Texas. So my concerns really of their wishes don't come into play here. But we'll go through the numbers here. The 2% of the Gulf Menhaden biomass. I don't really think that's much of a concern because I don't think there's a difference genetically between a pogie off the coast of Texas, off the coast of Louisiana, or Mississippi, or Florida, etc. Unlike the dolphins in Barataria. And as we go down, speaking of the bycatch, which apparently the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, they don't think it's an issue, according to their numbers. But if the recreational fishery off the coast of Louisiana is estimated to take the 97.9% of red drum and 99.85% of the spotted sea trout, but the Menhaden group's taken 2%, and you have the recreational fisheries seeming to encroach on the ability of the Menhaden companies to, provide jobs, and that's what coming to the job situation here. I don't think that's a good reason for this. If you look at the economic impact, I think it's $324 million that the Menhaden Daybrook operations and others bring to the state. 376 people directly employed, 70% of whom are minority or from minority groups. And I know, David, you had mentioned a bunch of other groups. And when I'm concerned about jobs, especially, and I'll pick specifically on Plaquemines eventually, also especially from the minority groups, what percentage do you think of the CCA or all those other groups combined would be minority groups?
I certainly can't speak for all the other organizations, but at CCA, it is not heavily minority for sure. I don't know the percentage off the top of my head.
Okay. Just, clarifying the importance of the jobs. And then if we were to bump it off, the half mile off, $50 million in lost revenue and result in loss of about 440 jobs. I mean, I'm sure that those numbers vary. But to me, it is just, especially, we're going through a semi-depression with the oil industry. We're just coming off of COVID. So the seafood industry in Plaquemines, now I'm focusing on Plaquemines, my home. They're reeling from that. And after Katrina, we were devastated, and one of the few companies that provides, probably not one of the only companies that provides a large number of jobs, is the Menhaden industry. And I can't see, how it would be right to pass a bill that would take jobs from those people. I mean, Plaquemines seems to get picked on, but in this situation, it'll get affected greatly. When you have one group that's taken 2%, and from the numbers, it seems like 97.9 and 99.85 of the spotted trout. Like, if that's not enough, well, I'm always going to go with the jobs. We need the jobs. A bill that would affect the Menhaden industry in Plaquemines would be devastating. Just because, and I know that because I'm from there and I know the jobs and I hear the people speak. We can't afford to lose those jobs. So that's why I'm in opposition to this.
Representative Cormier, we understand that 20%, as it is now, 20% of their catch comes from within the half-mile zone that we're trying to buffer off. But in no way, shape, or form are we curtailing the overall quota. My understanding is that many times, even though there's a particular season, they catch their quota before the season's over. So just pushing them off a half mile to stay out of this area where other game fish normally traverse and happen is all we're trying to do. But they'll still be able to make all of their quota, and every job should be able to be preserved with proper business management, I would think.
I would hope so, but just to be cautious, I have to go. The bycatch I'm worried about is the jobs.
Understood.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cormier. We have one more question from Representative Mincy, and then Mr. Cresson will ask you to step in. Representative Fontenot has to go to another committee. He'd like to make some comments.
Absolutely.
Representative Mincy, would you mind if Representative Fontenot came, or is your question for Mr. Cresson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Colleagues, when we spent time away from this Capitol after we got out of session, the $1,300 a month that we make, I spent every hour working on this issue. I started this issue thinking that those people that got those Daybrook shirts should be off the coast 3 miles. Then I quickly realized that they have a huge, huge economic impact. When Mr. Cresson says this is not about user conflict, I disagree with him. Every picture you see, every complaint you see is about a recreational fisherman interfering with those boats. For those who don't understand how this works, it's real simple. They take an airplane and they fly an airplane and they see the schools of fish. A 165-foot boat is then dispatched to where that airplane sees the fish. They launch 2 sister boats. They wrap a net around the fish and they vacuum the fish up. Louisiana is the sportsman's paradise. And Representative Cormier, I agree with you about bycatch numbers. I'm not a scientist. But when you think about you want to raise the fee for a recreational fisherman, go tell them that they killed 67,000 pounds of redfish or 110,000 pounds of speckled trout. The only issue that I truly see is we spend hundreds of billions of dollars to save the Louisiana coast. We are talking about a difference of what Representative Cormier wants and what Representative Ogeron wants is 1,320 feet. That's it. But we're talking about a difference of 8 foot of water versus 13 foot of water. This needs to be studied on an ecosystem-based management. A half mile is not unreasonable. They will tell you that 80% of what they catch is caught within 1 mile. 90% of the bass I catch are caught in my pond because that's where I fish. The reason they catch that amount of fish is because they're right up on our coast. I wish Chairman Zarang was here because he is so keen on coastal protection. And his issue from the beginning was coastal protection and the effect that they have on our coast. You have a tough decision. When we talk about negotiations, Representative Boriak, we went all the way down. I want you to know, and I'm not taking sides, I'm a sportsman. Ben Landry, Francois, Daybrook, Omega, they have an agreement now. They don't even fish on weekends. They've tried to work over and over. I want you to be open-minded in what decisions you make. They only fish X amount of time of the year. I've had hundreds of captains and employees email me knowing that I work on this. 1,300 feet, Representative Cormier. If 1,300 feet cost one person a job, it would be crazy we didn't come back here next year and let them go in 1,300 feet. I don't think it's going to cost a single person a job. They have 123 billion menhaden fish in the Gulf of Mexico. You can't tell me that they in 1,300 feet difference. This was the item I worked the most on. Texas is a half mile, Mississippi a mile, Alabama's a mile. They're here and we enjoy the economic impact that they give us, but now we want to go regulate them. I started at 3 miles. That's what I thought was right, was 3 miles. And I sit here today after hours and hours and hours, and I tell you that a half mile is absolutely reasonable. It broke between a quarter mile and a half mile. We even offered don't fish in the most peak times of recreational fishermen. This is user conflict. Science tells us it's okay. This is user conflict. We are sportsman's paradise. And when you ask people to pay more money to get that license, we have an obligation to make both industries work together. And they can coexist together. There is no doubt they can. I ask that you listen keenly and know that we're talking about 1,300 feet difference between a quarter mile and a half mile. But the big difference is the depth of the water and the amount of investment we are trying to save Louisiana's coast. Mr. Vice Chairman, I appreciate you letting me come. Mr. Chairman, I got to make a vote, but I'll take any questions real quick.
The board is clear.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mincy, Cresson.
If Mr. Crisson would come back to the table for us. Representative Mincy, you had a question.
Yeah. So in light of the testimony and also, discussing, this issue with fishermen in my area, charter fishermen as well as recreational fishermen, the bycatch seems to be a huge issue. And you may not be, y'all, maybe there's someone else here that can answer this more appropriately, but the bycatch reporting that's a self-reporting, isn't it?
I'd probably defer to the industry themselves to talk about the exact details of how it's reported, but there's a lot of question about it, a lot of gray area about it, a lot of question about when the most recent reports were done, how it's gathered, and so on and so forth. And there's, as Representative Ogeron said, you're still talking about tens of millions of pounds of bycatch. That certainly is an issue, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen the operation, but, in speaking to the recreational and the charter fishermen, they describe, and of course you got to filter through that, but it seems to be much more significant than the 2% that we're discussing. And I'm not arguing whether that's factual or not. I'm asking that question.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'd defer if we have anyone else later on.
Well, we're not going to bring the department or the opposition to the table just yet, so go ahead and we'll wait for those folks to come to the table. Okay, thank you, Representative Mincy. Okay, gentlemen, what we'll do is I'm going to call up the remaining supporters that are willing to speak. Mr. Craig Mathern, we'll have you up first, along with Rudy Valenciano. So both of you can come up to the table. Craig and Rudy. Go ahead and introduce yourself. I'll let you start.
Sure. I'm Craig Mathern. I'm a charter captain from Grand Isle. Been there since the 70s, but I've been charter fishing since 2002. And every year when the boats come in, you have to totally divert wherever you're going to fish. The beach is totally disrupted for a couple of weeks because they do catch the main food of all the fish that we fish. So once all these fish are removed, it changes the dynamics on the island totally. The worst part is the bycatch. And literally every 20 feet on the beach of Grand Isle, you got a dead bull red just sitting there rotting. And I don't know what the numbers are, 2% of billions or 2% of what. All I know is next time, and I do have some pictures I could dig up for you, it's just, it's a shame. There's just dead fish along the whole island. So if you've got property on the island and you're looking to bring people in and tourists, is this really what we want our tourists to see? Is this really our best page forward? Is this how we market coastal Louisiana? Not too smart. The buffer zone, I think, is super critical, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you, sir. Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Rudy Valenciano. I have property on the coast. I retired 2 years as an engineer. And you can work with numbers anywhere you want. And when you start talking 2%, you can make that up to whatever you want to do. You got to talk numbers, not percentages. When you look at, I was at the Wildlife and Fisheries meeting last Thursday, and you're talking about 130,000 pounds of redfish bycatch. Okay, let's talk the real numbers, not the percentages. Okay, and that's what I'm against. Okay, we're talking about half a mile, which I think is reasonable at this time. When you look at Florida, they don't allow pogie fishing in Florida. In Alabama, it's at least half a mile. I forget what the numbers are. In most of Mississippi, half a mile. So when Mr. Schermerhorn talks about Louisiana being number 50 all the time, and he's tired of that, here we are again. We are number 50 again. Because menhaden is not allowed anywhere else. And the few places that they can catch It's at least half a mile. And that's all we're asking for. We're not reducing the employment. In fact, they may be fishing longer because it takes a little longer to catch menhaden. So these people that work for them probably going to make more money because they're going to have to fish a little longer to catch it. But if we have that many billions of pounds of menhaden and all they're catching is a small percentage of it, they should be able to catch that percentage outside half a mile.
Easily.
That's all it's about. It's not about the menhaden industry. It's not about jobs. It's all about buffer zone so we don't have 130,000 pounds of redfish floating around the coast of Louisiana, which I see all the time after they leave. That's all I have to say.
I do have a question from Representative Cormier.
How far do you drive to work?
I don't work. I'm retired.
Okay. If you drove 10 miles to work and somebody said, "Well, you're going to make the same amount of money, but now you have to drive 20 miles to work," would you can make some changes?
I'll drive
because
anywhere.
of the gas you have to pay.
I'll drive anywhere to get a job.
Well, that's good, and I'm driving anywhere to protect jobs. So, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Cormier. The board is clear. Thank you, gentlemen. Next up, I'll call Chad Corville and Chris Macaluso. Here, present, in favor, and willing to speak.
I don't know, Chad, what you want to do?
It's up to you.
Flip a coin? I'll go first.
You've already spoken, Mr. Corville, so I'm going to let you go first, Mr. Macaluso.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear from him again, right? Chairman Couson, members of the committee, thank you for the chance to be here today. I'm Chris Macaluso. I'm the Marine Fisheries Director for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. I'm a lifelong Louisianan. I'm a proud conservationist. I'm an avid recreational fisherman. I want to thank Representative Orgeron for introducing this bill and for working with the charter fishermen and recreational fishing conservation groups to develop this bill. I also want to really thank Representative Zarang, Representative Fontenot, Representatives Kerner, Cormier, and for everybody else who participated in the discussions to get us to this point. I thought they were very helpful. I'm here today to urge you to support HB 535. As an avid angler, and because of my job, I'm on the coast often on a weekly basis. I have seen pogie harvest along our beaches many, many times. I've been fishing within 50 yards of beaches in Plaquemines and Terrebonne Parish and had pogie boats come as close as 100 yards to me and set their nets. It's never a pleasant experience. Especially when the boats leave and you see rafts of dead pogies and dead redfish and sometimes sharks and jacks and other fish left in the wake. I have many friends who are charter captains. I hear from them constantly during the spring and summer about pogie boats being in water so shallow that they're muddying the beach and that the boats are oftentimes running into the sandbars. They also complain about the dead fish and how often they have to take customers to other places because the customers are disgusted by the sights and the smells of the dead fish. I hear from other anglers who regularly see dead redfish floating in the surf. I've seen them myself numerous times. It makes them very angry, and it should. This is an iconic fish in Louisiana. It's a vital part of a $3 billion annual recreational fishing industry in our state. And when they get thrown overboard dead out of these boats, they're being wasted. This is not just about a conflict between user groups. There is a biological concern, and I've talked to a number of biologists, some of whom recently worked for the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, who are very concerned about this. It's estimated that roughly 800 million pounds or so of pogies are harvested annually off of Louisiana's coast. That includes an additional 30 million pounds or so of unintended catch. Much of that is other food sources for sport fish. And all of this harvest right now is happening with really no consideration of the role that these fish play as food for other fish and animals and the water quality. The surf zone is home to the highest diversity of fish and wildlife in the Gulf. If the pogie boats are in the same place where speckled trout and redfish are being caught, those fish are being killed in those nets. The redfish and the trout are there to spawn. They're there to eat pogies and other fish.
It's also reasonable to think that thousands of dead redfish anglers are seeing on our beaches and in the surf are having a detrimental effect to our redfish population. Preliminary results of studies being conducted by NOAA and the University of Florida show a significant reduction in speckled trout and redfish biomass in the Gulf from pogie harvest. I've also talked with several biologists and coastal zone experts who say these large boats operating in shallow water is certainly not helping our recently restored beaches and our coastal habitats. So I'm here today to ask us to take the side of conservation, do what's best for our state, our restored beaches and our recreational fishing and tourism economy, and move this activity out of the surf zone and into deeper water where there is less chance of damaging our beaches and reducing the chances of bycatch. And thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
The board is clear. Let's go with Mr. Cormier.
Or Mr.
Corville,
sorry.
It's all right. I've been called worse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Chad Corville. I'm here to speak on behalf of, in favor of House Bill 535 by Representative Ogeron. As you mentioned, this started when I was on the commission, so I'm just going to speak about how this thing evolved, at least through my eyes. You know, the Menhaden fleet has been fishing Louisiana waters for many years, and over those years, that business has obviously evolved, just like everyone has over time. What seemed apparent to me is over the last several years, whether it's changes in management, perhaps changes in captains, or both, or I'm not sure what caused it, but in recent times, at least since I've been on the commission, we started hearing about a lot of these vessels fishing really close to the shore. So about a year and a half ago, while I was on the commission, I received a bunch of photos of these and videos of these boats right up against the shore. It seemed pretty odd to me because why would you have such a large vessel right against the shore? So thinking that it was just a freak occurrence, if you will, we brought it up. We talked about it a little bit, and it kind of went away. Like, oh, that's not the norm. They're normally not there. Don't worry about it. So shortly after that, I get a whole new set of videos and photographs of this happening again. I'm like, well, this doesn't quite make any sense. Industry said this is not the norm. Why is this happening? So that's when I started asking questions of the department, recreational fishermen, and the pogie industry. I went so far as to send an email to the industry guys specifically asking them, what water depths do you prefer to fish in? And the response I got was between 12 and 30 feet. So using that information, I went look at the bathymetry maps from NOAA, looking at water depths from proximity to shore out. And I looked around and I thought, a mile should make this thing go away. It's, shouldn't be a big deal. So when I looked at that, I saw that in general across the coast from the beach to a 1 mile is around 12 feet. So I'm thinking it's a non-issue. The guys say they don't like to fish in those shallow waters. This 1 mile buffer will be great. So I introduced that as a commission, and then it evolved into getting the groups back together, trying to come to a better resolution. Just like Representative Fontenot, I think 3 miles is absurdly too far because that's in water depths where these boats, it's appropriate for them to be fishing there. I think that's too far. And so I had advocated for a mile. Many believe this is a bycatch issue, and maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. The main issue to me was when I was told that these boats fishing close to the shore were the actions of some rogue captains. That's what the industry told me. That's just a couple guys that they got too close to the beach. It doesn't happen. It's not the norm. So, all right. And then they tell me about this gentleman's agreement. Well, in my experience, a gentleman's agreement is only as good as a gentleman who honor it. And if you violate a gentleman's agreement, there are no consequences. So, look, I would tell you that in my opinion, in my interaction with the pogie folks that I visited with, I'll tell you that I think 95% of them do exactly what they told me in their response to my email. They stay offshore. They do their own thing. They have probably not a lot of negative interactions with recreational fishermen. But the real issue is what happens when these rogue captains, as what they call them, what happens when that becomes the norm? I would tell you from the heat map that they shared with us that a half mile and a mile, it doesn't show that these guys are fishing primarily in those two areas. So that's why I was supporting a 1 mile, but a half mile that Representative Ogeron moved forward, I don't see where that's going to have such an incredible impact. This data is from 2017 to 2019, provided by NOAA, and I don't see where you're going to have this major league impact to the fishing. The biggest issue is, again, when you take such a large vessel, and if it is the actions of a handful of rogue captains who just show disregard for the surf zone, what happens when that becomes the norm? And I don't understand why the industry, who says, according to this, they stay primarily offshore, should have to suffer the negative impacts of these rogue captains. There has to be some consequences, and you stay in your traditional area, stay out of these shallow water habitats, and everybody can kind of move along to get along. So I'm in favor of House Bill that Representative Ogeron bill. I still think it should probably be a mile. When you look at the water depths across most of the coast, it supports that. But a half mile is a great start. Other states have addressed it. You've heard that in a similar way. And this is really about protecting this sensitive zone from the damages of having a large vessel in water depths that they tell us that they don't really want to be in. And maybe occasionally they end up in those shallow water depths, but it doesn't have to be that way. And so with that, I'd be happy to field any questions, and I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your support of Representative Ogeron's bill.
Did you take a vote on your proposal at the Wildlife and Fisheries
We did
Commission?
not. I brought it up. I made a motion, and I did not get a second, but I got a substitute motion, if I recall, and they wanted to come back together and meet with the industry again and discuss it further. So it seemed apparent to me that the rest of the committee members wanted additional discussion and additional information before they were willing to take action. And as my understanding of the motion that passed was for, just as was said earlier, that they get the industry and the recreational fishermen back together to try and resolve the issue and come up with a compromise.
What was the date on your motion?
If I recall, it had to have been sometime in November. I don't know it.
So it was fall of 2020, late fall 2020?
I would say, yeah, probably something like that.
Okay, I have a question from Vice Chairman Boryak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the discussion at the commission meeting, do you think that there's a reason that we ended up here as opposed to back at the commission again? Or just in your opinion, and I know you're not on the commission now.
I'm not on the commission now, and so I obviously wouldn't be comfortable speaking for any of those folks then or now. But I think, right, wrong, or indifferent, this body has oversight of commission action. And I think that some of the representatives who were involved in the discussions and senators felt strongly that something should be done, and felt that at this level it was more than appropriate for you guys to take action. Assuming you guys, if you chose to not take action, I would assume that the commission would take up the issue at some point. But I think that this body has more than the authority to take action. And I can't speak for what the other commissioners would view it, but if I was still on the commission, once you make a law, it kind of doesn't matter at that point. I think maybe the commission would, if you passed a bill, they might be responsible for interpreting the penalties for violating that buffer zone, which I think is equally as important to the buffer zone, because if you don't have a meaningful penalty and a meaningful deterrent, it just it's not going to have any real teeth.
Thank you, Mr. Corville. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. The board is clear. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Corville and Macaluso. Next, I'd like to bring to the table Chris Brubacher and Benjamin Graham. Yes, sir. Mr. Brubacher, let's start with you. Introduce yourself for the committee.
Yeah, my name is Chris Brubacher. I'm a lifelong resident of Louisiana. I've been fishing the coast of Louisiana now for since I was 55 years, more or less, from Chandelier Island over to Venice. And in the last 3 years, I've noticed an increase in the number of pogie boats. We used to always see them, and they would be fishing what seemed like far enough offshore. We never really saw them until the most recent years, being right on the beaches. And we've, like they've mentioned already, we've seen the dead fish after they set the nets. But what I think one of the things wasn't really mentioned here is, like, they're saying, okay, you have a bycatch of 2%, and that's millions of pounds of fish. But the thing is, like, when the season opens on April, and it runs all the way through, I guess, I'm not sure, maybe September. But fishing along the beaches, along Breton Island, Chandelier Island, anywhere you go, all of the fish is spawning. Trout, pompano, most of the fish you catch have roe. So if they're allowed to fish on the beach when the fish is spawning, I mean, it's not just catching bycatch, you're catching fish that are, haven't been able to spawn yet. And I think that's going to have a much bigger impact than just, anyway, I believe the half mile isn't enough. I wish it would be a mile. But, I mean, a half mile is better than nothing. But, so I support, Bill 535.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Couson and committee, thank y'all for having me here today. I'm here to support Bill 535. I spend a fair amount of time in Grand Isle. Over the last few years, I've seen a lot more interactions where these guys are right up on the beach. I was at that council or commission meeting and went back because there was a lot of discussion about how close the boats actually were. I downloaded an app, and it'll actually show you exactly where they are and when they're there, and with the lat line and everything else. And the reality of it is that they're getting right up on the beach. And once I realized we're the only state in the Gulf that has no regulations regarding this at all. And that struck me as insane. Like the gentleman earlier, why do we always have to be last? There's a few other issues that have come up today where we're going, okay, we're kind of late getting to this. And here we are again. We're the only ones who don't have any regulations. The half mile, to me, is a reasonable regulation. I followed this process through the entire thing, and seeing where the preferential areas they want to fish, it fits inside the half mile. Certainly I don't want to see any jobs go away, but we're talking about a difference of 5 feet of water depth when the industry has stated already that is the area they prefer to fish in. I've been on Grand Isle when their nets busted, and the entire beach was completely covered in pogies for about 4 days, and it smelled so bad because there was a south wind that you couldn't even sit on the island. But to me, it's about doing what's right. Every other state along the Gulf Coast did this for a reason. They put regulations in place for a reason. This is a sensible regulation, and I would ask you guys to support it.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. The board is clear. I'm going to read the remaining cards in support. Daniel Raby, Patricia McGee, Alan DuPont with Coastal Conservation Association, Katie Ruiz from CCA Louisiana, Catherine Alford, CCA Louisiana, Brad Robin, George Huey, Mike McCullum, Kelly Gerard with CCA, Heather Kleinpeter, CCA, Brad Trasher with the Recreational Fishermen, Beau Fourier on behalf of himself, John Walters on behalf of himself, Deborah Augustus, Kevin Hayes with CCA Louisiana, Charles Doucet on behalf of himself, John Walter with on behalf of CCA Louisiana, and Camp Matoni, I know I mispronounced that, with CCA. Also have a couple of emails. Marion Frystat with an email in support asking to be put in the record, and Kristen Gislesen and Cindy Nguyen with an email in support. Both council members in New Orleans, and then HCR, let's see, Anasia Rogers with AmeriCorps, Vista, Outreach Coordinator, with an email in support. Now we're going to move on to the opposition. I'd like to bring to the table first David Yates with West Bank Fisheries. Is David available? Actually, David, hold tight. Well, you come to the table. Go ahead. We'll let you make your comment, and then next up I'll bring up Ben Landry.
Okay.
Yes,
well,
sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't really know how to start. I've never done anything like this before.
Just speak freely. Introduce yourself too, please.
My name's David Yates. I've been fishing in the Gulf of Mexico, pogie fishing for 37 years. I've been a captain 33 of those years. In my opinion, this half-mile thing, well, to begin with, I feel like if you give an inch, you're going to give a mile before it's over with. And I've heard several times in here this morning that this is a good start. That's what I'm afraid of. It's a good start. And next thing you know, it'll be a mile. And, you know, I've got family, young family, who are in this business. And, you know, I hope there's a future in it for them. It's been good to me. Menhaden fishing's been real good to me and my family. So, in my opinion, I mean, half a mile, you know, some people say it's this and that. I'm sure some of these sport fishermen would agree, you go where the fish are. That's what you try to do. Sometimes in the summer, the fish move in close to the beach. And it's a paycheck for me. It's a paycheck for my family. And if the fish go close to the beach, I'm going to go close to the beach and try to catch them. Simple as that. I'm going to go far as I can go. And, you know, that's the way it is. I don't see where I'm hurting anything. We try to be good stewards of the water. We try to help people. We are always courteous to others on the water. I've given people bait out of my net. Any of these people are welcome anytime. I'm sure. I'm not a captain anymore, but I'm sure I can speak for these captains. They can come alongside us anytime and get all the bait they want. Bycatch, LSU did studies, I guess it's been 15, 20 years ago now, rode my boat. Our bycatch is really low. People say they're seeing sharks floating. Sharks don't float when they die. So that's just not true. Specks. I haven't seen enough specks in a net in 35 years, 37 years to eat. If you get near specks, you're near a hang. And we try to stay away from hangs because we tie our nets if we get on a hang. And that's not good for us, not good for anybody. We don't need to do that. And that's where you find the specks. Redfish, catch some redfish, we sure do. And redfish, you pull him up off the bottom, he's dead. He's going to float. You bust that bladder in them, and that's it. They're going to float. Well, I just don't think we catch the numbers that we're accused of. I've got pictures. Some of our fish spotters have got pictures of schools of redfish that you wouldn't believe, taken a year ago. Just because they ain't biting today, I found don't mean they won't bite tomorrow. And, you know, everything in the world has something to do with the fish. You know, the wind, everything, the tide. So just because you go out and don't catch a load of fish today, don't mean we killed them up, in my opinion. And I've got a bunch of notes here, but I'm too nervous to go through them.
You're doing a fine job.
And it's just short of some conservatives in the group, listening to some of this stuff's like listening to a Nancy Pelosi speech. And there's a lot of untruth being said. And before God Almighty, I'm telling you the truth the best I know how. Some of these folks call me a rapist. I take that really personal. Somebody calls me a rapist. I'm not raping anything. I'm trying to make a living, as are my friends and colleagues. And again, none of us, you talk about road captains, no one that I know has ever gone out of their way to hurt another person on the water, except maybe each other, because we probably kill one another for a place to fish. But we don't do that. That's not the way we operate. One of the captains in here right now behind me, he and I rescued some children one time that were at Holly Beach, got blown offshore on a raft in a squall, and we may have saved those boys' lives. And there's other stories that have been told the same. You know, right now our fish spotters and ourselves, we keep binoculars in our eyes all day long. And we've been looking for anything to do with this lift boat accident. And we'll continue to do that. We try to be there to help people and do the best we can to make a living. And really that's about all I've got to say. There's a lot of misconception, I think, as to what we're doing. A lot of people are just ignorant to what we're doing. If you see, and I mean ignorant and just don't know. If you watch some of these videos, people telling me we're right on the beach. I've been fishing right on the beach. I ain't seen it in none of these videos. But like I say, we go where the fish are, just like everybody else does.
I think we have some other folks that are going to speak to those issues as well. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all.
Next, I'd like to bring Ben Landry with Omega Protein to the table. And Ben, anybody that you'd like to bring with you? Go ahead and introduce yourselves for the committee.
Sure thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ben Landry. I'm here representing Omega Protein and our associated vessel company, Ocean Harvesters. First off, I do want to applaud the members of the legislature that did participate in those, countless meetings over Zoom. Representative Ogeron, Representative Kerner, Representative Cormier, Fontenot, Zarang, and a number of senators as well. I think we had made a great deal of progress as it relates to informing members of the legislature about what we do. You hear a lot, and you've heard a lot of it already this morning, about some of these exaggerated and hyperbolic statements about the industry. And I think we even opened some of the eyes on that. So, a lot of this has been discussed. This fishery first came to the Gulf in the 1940s, 70 plus years ago. During that time, I think the state kind of adopted its moniker of Sportsman's Paradise. The fishery during that whole time is operated in the same way we are now. I think these concepts of the recreational fishing community is going to be suffering if we don't push these boats out. Holds very little weight because it's thrived over the years with us fishing closer to the shore. But we can speak about some of the things in terms of consolidation. Peak of the fishery in the 1980s, there were over 80 fishing vessels. Currently, there's about 25. And all of that consolidation has been for economic purposes. We make two primary products, fish meal and oil. They're sold on the global market, and they are set pricing-wise largely by the South African fishery. So there are times where the price of a ton of fish meal is in the absolute garbage, and you can't, your costs remain the same, but the revenue you're getting for the sale of that ton isn't. So that has been the primary reason. It's never been for a biological reason where there's been a lack of menhaden. We're very proud of that fact. Currently, NOAA and the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission, which uses scientists from Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, has stated unequivocally that this is a not overfished and overfishing is not occurring population. Is upwards of 125 billion fish of menhaden in the water right now. So much so that this fishery was awarded a sustainability certification by the Marine Stewardship Council. It's the most rigorous sustainability certification in the world. It took years. Part of the reason it took years is that the CCA and the Teddy Roosevelt Group opposed this and had to bring in mediators from London, but ultimately they decided that this is in fact a sustainable fishery. If we want to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've talked about, which is bycatch. Bycatch is inherent in this fishery. It is unfortunately very low, or I would say fortunately very low. Somewhere between 1% to 2%. 2% would be on the high range. We've heard questions that bycatch surveys are outdated. I would disagree, and I know that Wildlife and Fisheries are here. I don't want to speak for them on their interpretation of whether bycatch is an issue or not. That perhaps is a question best served to them.
Yeah, we'll bring them up in a little while.
Perfect, thank you. But there were significant bycatch studies. Captain Yates referenced the LSU survey in the mid-1990s, and there was one as recent as 2012. Both of those have kind of backed up those points. The National Marine Fisheries Service at one time said that bycatch is insignificant in this fishery. Now, if you do extrapolate the data and you say, well, at 1% of all these millions of pounds, that's a big number. But those numbers are not reflective of what I would consider prized recreational fishing. These are mullets and croaker and gaff-top catfish, the species that we've discussed, speckled trout and redfish. I think, at least from our perspective, is relatively low. And I think that's generally the consensus among the scientific community in the Gulf. We talk a little bit about water quality. Dave mentioned that these fish filter the water. They do. They aren't apex predators by any stretch. They swim with their mouth open and they take out anything that they can find. And a little bit down in the water, they poop it out. So it's I hate to use the term, Mr. Chairman, but it's a negligible impact on water quality. They take it in, they put it right back. They're not nature's Brita machine. In terms of ecosystem impacts, it's been brought up a couple of times. I mentioned it earlier. This population is estimated to be in the right around 120 to 120 billion fish. On average, about 1 billion fish are removed. So my quick rudimentary math would say that 99-point-something% of the fish remain in the water to serve that ecosystem role. And if you don't know, menhaden's ecosystem role is to be consumed by other fish, and they do a damn good job of doing that. Redfish, speckled trout, or larger speckled trout, sharks, they all eat menhaden. No denying that. But there certainly is not a lack of food source for the predator fish in this population. I'll just kind of get to it. It's been estimated that somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 to 20% of menhaden harvest occurs within that first half mile to shore. And I'm not here to tell you that some of that is not going to be made up outside of that half mile. But you've heard from just about all recreational anglers this morning tell you it's not a big deal. They're going to make it up. I'm here to tell you from someone who has to make it work. I can't promise you that. I can't promise you that we're not going to face a 15 to 20% reduction in revenue. I mean, whose family around here could take a 20% cut and then be told, oh, it's not going to impact you? I can't promise you that that's not going to require us to take a vessel out of the fleet at 15 people per boat. And that's just my company. I don't begin to even speak for the other company. So these are economic impacts that are undeniable. You know, as much as they've tried to be marginalized by the recreational anglers. Listen, I would do the same if I were in their shoes. I would say that it's minimal, but we don't know that. And, you know, for there to be a risk of, you know, economic impacts in the tens of millions of dollars, $40 million, perhaps 50 is high. Those are significant in a state where I would say that the oil and gas industry is in a bit of a state of flux. You know, commercial fishing is and oftentimes made up that the backbone of those coastal communities. And to say that a $40 or $50 million cut is nothing, then, you know, I sincerely disagree with that. You know, we can go back and talk about, you know, traditional fishing grounds, but Captain Yates laid it out. I mean, we go where the fish are. Fish are, if they stayed 3 miles off, we'd stay 3 miles off too, and we'd harvest them there and then run back to our plants. But they oftentimes get into those coastal marshes. I also am not sure that I agree that coastal erosion or coastal restoration projects are being threatened by our boats. There are tens of 20,000 boats that operate in the state of Louisiana. How are our 25 the one that are causing coastal impacts? So I would push back from the industry on that point. But, you know, we've tried to be good stewards. To the gentleman that mentioned earlier, all of the, you know, fishing on the beaches near Grand Isle, this bill. Listen, I've talked to Joe a bunch. I'm Representative Ogeron a bunch. There are aspects of this bill that this industry wholeheartedly supports. The buffers zones around Grand Isle, codifying the gentleman's agreement. The industry's never got in the way of that. We've supported it. We continue to. It's the coast-wide distance to shore buffer that are invariably going to impact this fishery that we oppose. Whether I was always under the impression from the day I got my first phone call about this in May of 2020 that this was a user group issue. And we went to the recreational anglers countless times and we said, where are your hot spots? Where are you getting calls? Where can we avoid? This is something we've done since the 1800s. My company's was first chartered in Virginia in 1878. We know user conflicts and we solve them a lot. But it morphed into whatever we pass must be coastwide. And whether you're in Grand Isle or off Port Fourchon or in the middle of nowhere in southwest Louisiana, there had to be a buffer, and that's where our opposition arose. But I urge that you fail to move this bill forward. I think that is not going to be the end of the road. We're still going to work with Representative Ogeron and the handful of other legislators that are very interested in this to find a solution. But a coast-wide half-mile ban just simply does not work for this industry. And Shane, you can introduce yourself, but Shane works for the...
Before we move to Shane, I do have a question on the table from Representative Boryak. Would you like to hear from Shane first? Okay, go ahead, Representative Boryak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Landry, you know, first of all, I'm still a little bit upset about what happened in 2014 in Cameron. You know, a lot of folks will complain about the smell of pogies. It smelled like money to us. We hated when y'all shut down. That was almost 400 jobs.
I hated to tell you that.
It's rough. No, that's right. My first week on the job, you came and visited.
Timing was not great.
Yeah, that's right. In Abbeville today, because I'm not going to speak to other parts of the state out of respect for my colleagues that are there. Right. What level of employment numbers are you seeing at your Abbeville facility?
Well, our Abbeville facility is our largest as a company. We're it fluctuates over the course of the year, but we're probably in the neighborhood of 260 to 275 jobs there. Like I said, we have a pretty significant marine department and an aviation department that's housed in Abbeville, as well as our largest fleet of our 3 plants.
Okay. You mentioned the western end of the state. What When you look at the heat maps and some of the water depths, tell me what's going on the western end.
There's a number of areas where it's kind of shoaled up, where we're not even going to get, within a half mile. But there are significant areas west of, say, Freshwater Bayou, going westward, where it's basically deserted marshland. There's no recreational anglers there. There's no camps, no beach houses, and we oftentimes fish, in that half-mile zone, and we catch a great deal of fish there. That's off limits to us under this bill, so that's of concern. I mean, again, this groundswell was about fishing around Grand Isle during the quarantine, and then it kind of morphed. But, and our opposition remains to these areas that are sparsely populated that, now are subject to a buffer zone.
Thank you, Mr. Landry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Boriak. Okay, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Shane Treadaway. I've been an employee with Daybrook West Bank Fishing for 24 years now. You've heard today that, things have evolved in this industry and that they're not sure if things are being done differently. I can assure you this fishery's acted the same. It's been prosecuted the same way for the last 24 years since I've been in it. There's no different in how we fish, where we fished, our fishing grounds. There's just no truth to that. We're seasonal. We fish from the third Monday in April. Our last day of fishing is November 1. We've had this self-imposed restriction in the Elmer's Island and Grand Isle area. Elmer's Island, as a gentleman's agreement, has bounced back and forth from half a mile to 1 mile. Since we started meeting with the CCA recreational fishermen, trying to find out from them where their hot spots are, where we can work together, where we can compromise in certain areas of the Gulf and the beaches. That seemed to be a pretty hot area. So we've increased from a half a mile to 1 mile in the Elmer's Island area. Grand Isle has always been 3 miles. We understand that is a beachfront. People come to vacation there. People come, with their families to just enjoy the Gulf of Mexico. Like Ben said, we've always tried to be good stewards. We are good stewards of the sea. Captain David mentioned that, from time to time, recreational fishermen will come to our fleet out in the Gulf while fishing and ask for bait. We do assist. We help each other out on the water. The proposed half-mile buffer zone, again, been touched on it. Whether it's 18-20% of landings, will we make that up? It's hard to say. Every fisherman, recreational or commercial, has his own fishing hole. He goes where the fish are. We go where the fish are. And if they're in that half-mile range, that's where we're going to catch them. You take that away from us, will we make it up? Some. We'll not guarantee we'll make up to 20%. But I'll use this analogy. You take the half a mile from us. What if, just an analogy, what if there was a half a mile buffer zone around the all industries rigs in the Gulf of Mexico? Well, we all know the majority of recreational fishermen catch their fish around the rigs. That would not, favor very well with the recreational fishermen. It's the same thing that applies to us, because they go where their fish are, we go where our fish are. The direct result of this half-mile line, as far as jobs go, Ben touched on it. His fleet's a little bit on the same par as ours. Maybe we tie one boat up. Maybe we tie two boats up. That's 16, maybe 32 jobs. There's many small businesses in Plaquemines Parish where we're located that rely on our season and our fishery that may be impacted. We spent a lot of money in Plaquemines Parish. The 2011 economic impact, we spent just bear with me here. Kind of got off track. I'm about as nervous as Captain David. This is not my arena. Sorry. I think we spent $16 million in the parish of Plaquemines, which there are a lot of local vendors that depend on us. I could sit here and read the bullet points that I've had for you today. It's pretty much the same thing that industry. We're trying to tackle this together because it affects both of us. But again, you'll keep hearing, bycatch numbers. I can run through it again. We're 2.1% of all red drum, 0.7% of spotted sea trout. As Representative Cormier mentioned, I mean that's a lot left out. There's a lot. That's a very minuscule, very low levels in our industry and how we prosecute our industry. I'm not sure if there's.
There is a
I would
question
just
for
leave
you.
it up
Yeah,
for
there's a question.
questions.
And look,
I'll
the
answer
question,
any questions.
the question may elicit some more testimony. Representative Mincy.
Yeah, and Shane, you're doing great, by the way. So I have a question for both of y'all. So when we talk about a gentleman's agreement,
Okay.
I mean, when you look at all the conflicts that could cause, I mean, do you think that it is justified or the right thing to do to solidify what that line may be instead of just having gentlemen's agreements out there?
Can I answer that?
Please.
We're not opposed to what Representative Ogeron has in his bill as far as regulation in the Elmer's Island, Grand Isle area, Grand Terre area. We're not opposed to that, and I believe you're right. If it was some sort of legislation imposed on us, then it's a law, and therefore our skippers can't break that law. We in West Bank have implemented very hefty fines to our captains that may violate this gentleman's agreement that we have in effect now. So to answer your question is no, we don't oppose that area, but the entire Gulf of Mexico is going to be hard to live with.
Got it. All right. So, and then previously it was talked about that 20% of your catch is in these areas. Can you expand on that? Is that accurate? Is it less, more?
Sure. I think the number we got for NOAA was around 18%, and it just differs year to year based on where the fish are. But that's the estimate that. So this is how. And I think you had asked a question earlier about self-reporting.
Yeah, I was getting there, but
I don't want to jump.
That's all right. If we could, just on the 18%, just so I can better understand it, is that? I mean, y'all got a pretty good window there that you're fishing. Is there certain times that area that is in that area at that 18%? Is that different depending on the year?
It's cumulative of the season, but there are times where fish are moving in and out of these estuaries. The bulk of our season is, it kind of equates to a thermometer, so the hotter it is, so July and August are when we're catching the bulk of our fish. Now we're scrambling. They're not showing as much. Weather's been really, really rough so far this year. Our spotters are having a hard time getting out and finding where these schools are. So a lot of it is sight fishery on the captain's part. So if the captains, are seeing fish closer to shore, they're going to try to go get this.
Okay. So now let's go into the self-reporting. Can you describe what that looks like? Because I'm just trying to educate myself.
Yeah,
on
no
it.
problem. So we have, and I wish I had a document, but we have something called a Captain's Daily Fishing Report, and it's originally a National Marine Fisheries Service document, and every time that our nets are deployed, the data from that set gets recorded. So lat long, wind temperature, sea temperature, when did you start the set, when did you end it, how many fish were in it, but it's an estimate from the captain. And then that is sent to both Wildlife and Fisheries and NOAA. It is then ground truthed, and that is how the information from the stock assessment gets reported. That is pretty uniform throughout American commercial fisheries.
So it is truly a self-reporting.
It's self-reported, but it's ground truthed at the plant. So every vessel doesn't have a NOAA employee or a Wildlife and Fisheries employee, but there is someone at the plant at the scales to ensure that that's the amount that you brought in.
But there's no ground proofing for the byproduct that's left out in the waters.
Now the bycatch?
Bycatch, yeah.
Okay, so...
yeah, and thank you for clarifying.
Sure. It's really hard to, because whenever there's a bycatch survey that is done, it's done by a third-party institution, whether that be NOAA or a university. So the 95 surveys was done by Dr. Richard Condrey at LSU, and he will put an observer on our vessel for a season or in some cases longer. And he records the non-targeted species that he finds, and then he creates a bycatch paper off of that. In 2011, as a result of the BP oil spill, NOAA, their Galveston lab, put observers on our vessels. And the way that worked is, well, we had a Cameron facility at the time. So the observer was 1 week at Cameron, skip a week, 1 week at Abbeville, skip a week Empire, skip a week Moss Point, and they did that the entire season. So that is, bycatch is not a self-reporting situation. It's whatever the third-party sponsor of the research paper is going to record.
So you don't report you don't report that byproduct, bycatch rather.
Mm-mm.
That's just whenever they do a study.
Right.
And the last time a study was done was
the 2011 season. The results were released in 2012.
Gotcha. And anybody, just one last question on the coastal erosion. When
Sure.
you mentioned, and I'm just trying to understand it all.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that your boats are not, contributing to that. You got a bunch of recreational boats out there, and so forth. But I'm just envisioning the boat the size that we're talking about, and getting that close to shores, and I would just imagine, just reasonably, it's causing some damage. And I guess the size of the boats, the charter boats, the recreational boats, that's a little different than the bigger boats. And I don't know what that actually looks like out there in place. I'm just asking the question.
So can I jump in here?
Please.
Our vessel drafts lightship, or around 4.5 feet in the bow, and with the same vessels on board, anywhere between 7.5 to 8. So when you slide the same vessels off, and that draft, obviously the boat trims levels off, so the bow will go down, the stern will come up some. But we're, I guess on average maybe 5.5 feet when the vessel's lightship. Mm-hmm. So these vessels can make it close to shore, not on top of the beach. Obviously, you don't want to run that, millions and millions of dollars of vessel aground and do damage to all the steering gear, propellers. I just don't know any skipper that would want to take that chance. But as we start fishing, the vessel's draft gets a little bit heavier. So, we may start out close to shore, not right on top of the beach, as, some would say. And we start moving offshore towards deeper water. There was, in one of the negotiations, some talk about possibly managing our restriction by using water depths. I went to the NOAA chart maps and started looking at water depths on their maps in feet. But I know through personal experience that the water depths on those charts are wrong. They need to be updated somewhat, or they actually need to be updated. Because if you go out in a personal runabout vessel that we have in our fleet and mark the depths of the bottom physically, you can see in certain areas of the Gulf of Mexico, the areas that we fish, maybe 1,000 yards off the beach, or not 1,000 yards, 1,000 feet off the beach, or 500 feet off the beach, there's 14, 15 feet of water. So are we doing damage to the bottom, to the coastal erosion? I disagree with that. 100%.
No further questions. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Mincy. Representative Cormier with a question.
We've heard a lot about dialogue, and specifically with this CCA. Now, have you been in contact with, I believe the president of CCA in Plaquemines is a Mr. Ilg? Have you spoken with him at all?
I have not. So.
Okay, because I received some information that he has ignored complaints and concerns from constituents in Plaquemines. So I wanted to bring that up. Also, I think an article might have been referenced that said Plaquemines parish officials overwhelmingly supported this. I haven't spoken to any of them, and I don't know where that source came from. And if there are Plaquemines parish officials who support this, then they need to go on record for selling out Plaquemines parish and the jobs that we so desperately need. You and I went to school together. Buras High School. Great school.
No longer there, by the way.
Right. And along with, it went with a lot of the jobs after Katrina.
Yes, it did.
But y'all provide the jobs.
Yes, it did.
And there's a lot of people that work in Empire that we both went to school with as well. How many jobs are in Empire specifically?
During the season right now, currently, 330 plus jobs.
And in any way, us putting these stipulations in place, it's going to cost jobs in Empire, correct?
If we can't make up, or if this gets taken away from us, it's have to run through numbers and eventually make a decision, maybe cut out one or two vessels.
Okay, so if you can't make up, then people lose their jobs, lose their livelihoods, and one more detriment on top of Plaquemines that they don't deserve. But if, on the flip side, recreational fishermen, they don't lose anything. I mean, again, unless they 97.9%, 99.85%, who deserves 100%? I mean, if that's not enough, I think that's pretty good numbers. And again, it's all about the jobs. We have a depressed economy, and I'm from Plaquemines, so and there's a plant there, so I'm specifically speaking about Plaquemines, but the jobs are that important. And many times things come through this committee, and it's not applying to a parish in North Louisiana where it doesn't affect them. But for some reason, a lot of things come down to Plaquemines, and we keep getting the short end of the stick. And these jobs are too important. And I appreciate y'all for coming and fighting and doing what you're doing, and hopefully maybe we can come to agreement before it gets to the floor. But thank you for bringing all the information y'all are bringing.
Can I make one more statement?
Yes, sir.
To further your point, Representative Cormier, not a single employee lost his job after Hurricane Katrina. Not a single employee has lost their job within this company after the BP oil spill. Not a single person has lost their job with this company after the COVID-19 pandemic that is still ongoing. But if this half-mile restriction is imposed on us, it unnecessarily risks jobs of the people in Plaquemines Parish.
Definitely. Well, again, thank you for bringing.
Thank you, Representative Cormier. Representative Kerner with a question.
Thank y'all so much for coming here today. Thank you, thank the chairman. But I'll just tell you, this is a tough vote, man. This is a tough vote, and I don't know if you knew or did you know that when we were talking early on, it was a lot more than a half mile. It was a lot more than a half mile, and some people actually talked 3 miles. So it was compassion towards y'all making a living, the jobs, that got us down to a half a mile. So I'm just saying, regardless of how this vote goes, you know, if the Mr. Ogeron's bill passes a half a mile up, I hope it doesn't hurt you too bad. But I will tell you, after listening to this, the testimony today, some of them saying, well, it's just a start, the bycatch and all that. You know, we shouldn't be talking about that. And you know, if this bill passes, then let's try to live with it, and everybody live happily ever after. But if you can make a living, and on the other side, you know, it was, well, if the fish is within half a mile, then I'm gonna go fish it. I just wish we wouldn't have that kind of talk and see what happens today. But I will tell you that when we started, for whatever it means to you, that it was more than a half a mile, and it was trying to help you to get to this mile. So I just wanted you to know that. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Representative Kerner. Representative Romero with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for coming. And you're going to have to educate me. Okay, so bear with me. I do have just a few questions so that I can understand a little better before we vote. So I think somebody mentioned 25 boats off the coast of Louisiana right now.
I think, well, in the Gulf fishery total, you know, that's our facility in Abbeville, the West Bank facility in Empire, and our Moss Point, Mississippi fleet, which does fish in the Chandelier and Breton Sound. So I think the overall footprint is about 25 to 27, somewhere in there.
So are all those boats Louisiana boats? Or are we getting people from international? Are there other boats fishing in the Gulf as well? Bogey?
No, just those 3 companies, just those 25 boats.
So all of the boats that are fishing in the Gulf are coming from Louisiana?
They're fishing Louisiana waters. 6 of those vessels are home ported in Moss Point, Mississippi.
Okay.
But they do fish in the Chandelier and Breton Sound. There is a bait vessel in Abbeville.
Okay. So, just so I'm clear, all of the boats that are fishing in the Gulf now are coming from the United States?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I think you mentioned that y'all have been fishing since the 40s in the Gulf, or a very long time.
The first boats were put here in the 1946. The industry as a whole was started in the 1870s on Chesapeake Bay in Virginia.
Have you always fished, or have you always fished that close to the coast since then, or has it been further out and you've moved there because the fish moved there?
It's always been a very near-term fishery. So that's why, you know, a lot of fisheries, say like snapper or federally regulated, because they're that population is outside of 3 miles. Menhaden have always been state managed, which means that the fish are in the first 3 miles to shore. I would say that I can't historically pinpoint this, but I would say that it's always been, you know, within a mile, within a half mile for sure. I don't know that there's been environmental changes that have pushed us closer.
Okay, I guess that's my question. So how long have you been coming closer than a mile or closer than a half mile?
I've been in this industry 24 years, and it's been the same. There's been no changes. There's been no evolvement of the fishery. It's always been prosecuted the same, and it's near coastal. Menhaden or bottom feeders. They feed all day long, and then they move offshore at night and to clean their gills. And when they move in the deeper water, they disperse, and the schools break up, which makes it much harder to catch.
Right. So, in your opinion, maybe one of you could tell me, why did the other states limit the distance?
Um,
Why is Louisiana the only one that doesn't?
I would say that Louisiana uses the best available fisheries science, and I think these other states have said, particularly Florida, I mean, we're not going to steam all the way from Moss Point, Mississippi to Florida to catch some fish, so we weren't using those waters. It's a pretty hostile state to commercial fisheries. They've put recreational anglers and tourism well ahead of commercial fisheries, so it's an easy thing for them to do. Texas as well. They have some distances to shore. They have some populated beaches. But when we closed our Cameron facility, and the furthest plant to the west was Abbeville, we just don't fish there much anymore. So, and you've seen that on the East Coast as well, is special interest groups, recreational anglers, environmental groups go to their legislature and say, hey, we don't have a menhaden fishery here. Let's kick them out of our state waters. I mean, that's happened in New Jersey, happened in North Carolina. So these guys aren't being dishonest when they say that there's only a handful of states that allow this fishing, but it's not because of any biological reason. It's been, political in nature.
And I like Representative Boriak. I represent Jeff Davis Parish in County Parish, so we miss you in Cameron. If you ever decide to come back, let us know.
Yes, sir.
Are there other plants on the coastlines in Texas and Mississippi? It's only Louisiana?
There's one plant. We have a plant in Moss Point, Mississippi.
Okay, okay, you said that. But not in Texas?
No,
so
sir.
if you catch pogie in Texas, do you have to bring them back to Louisiana?
Exactly.
You do.
So, and that's why, oftentimes it's not worth us, it's expensive to buy those fishing licenses. We have to run, hours and hours and hours to Texas, catch some fish, and then, steam all the way back and offload them. I mean, you can catch fish closer, because that's the nature of the industry. Is if you can catch fish closer to your plant, you want to harvest them, put them on your boat, and run back to the plant, offload them, so you can get back out. But if you're taking a 10, 12-hour run to Texas, you're not going to get that second bite at the apple. So that's why, it's really concentrated in Louisiana and Mississippi.
So if you move this line, or if this line moves to a half mile, are you going to go to Texas and Mississippi to catch these fish?
I think we're going to do whatever it takes to try to make it up. Yeah.
Okay. And my last stupid question: have you ever beached a boat? Has anybody ever beached a boat?
I don't know. I'm sure it's...
The only beach I'm aware of was when Hurricane Katrina came through.
No, but I'm talking about as a captain.
No, I get it. I get it. I understand. No.
Yeah. So it doesn't
that I'm
happen.
aware of. No, it's dangerous. Number one, it's a safety issue. Number two, and it costs a lot of money in repairs.
Right.
And
any captain that want to do that.
And our captains are very smart.
Yeah.
I mean, they know tides. They know if tides are changing and they're in jeopardy. They're fully loaded. Their drafts are getting a little lower. They know to get out well in advance of that.
Now, Mr. Treadaway gave a good example a while ago. We start close and move to the out into the deeper water, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you ever fish past 3 miles? Does that ever happen?
It's
or is it a rarity?
It's I wouldn't say it's a rarity, but it does occur. But it's only certain areas in the Gulf of Mexico, because in certain areas it gets deeper and deeper the further offshore you get. But sometimes it's just kind of stays the same.
Our boats do.
Yeah.
Our Abbeville fleet, it's not uncommon for us to fish outside of 3 miles just because it shoals up in a lot of those areas. So we do have to go further offshore.
Thank you. I appreciate the education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Butler.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good
May I
morning.
say, is it lunch or after at this point? So I'm more of a freshwater fisherman, but we do enjoy the coast and we like to crab and go out that area. So I want you to educate me more on Grand Isle. So you fish, how far do you fish out of Grand Isle? When
3
you're
miles.
in 3 miles.
3 miles.
How long has that been in place? When did that happen? Do you know?
It was in effect when I started 24 years ago. So I wouldn't know before that.
Okay.
But it's been in effect since then.
Okay. So is that in law? Is that an agreement?
It is not in law, and it is agreement that the two companies have that we stay 3 miles offshore of Grand Isle
Right. So it's a gentleman's agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
It's with the town's mayor.
The town's mayor.
Okay, so it's
For
not.
tourism reasons.
Okay. Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Butler. Okay, the board is clear.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. We also have from Westbrook. We have, is it Charles Rice?
Yes.
Okay. And then next we'll bring up Shane Treadaway with West Bank Fishing. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. And what about Blaine Braddock? You gonna speak? Yes. Okay. Would you mind come sit, and then I'll let. Go ahead, Mr. Rice. Introduce yourself, please.
Hey, my name is Captain Brian Rice. I'm from Houma, Louisiana. I've been a captain for 25 years. I have been in this industry for 34 years. I'm also, I teach nautical science courses at the South Louisiana Community College in Morgan City in my off season. I am third generation in this industry. My father was a captain. He eventually came here as a vessel manager in the old Dulac operation. My grandfather was a master boat builder. He built these boats when they were made of wood and powered by steam. So I've been around this industry for a long time. I'm originally from the town called in Reedville, Virginia, which Mr. Landry talked about. That particular plant in Reedville has been there for 150 years. Okay? Fishing in the Gulf of Mexico has been around for 70 some years. Just to understand, you don't stay in business that long or keep an industry going with natural resources like we use without being good stewards and guardians of your fishery. Okay? So this is where we do it now. I have my crew members here with me. We actually will take the day off to be here. This is a generational fishery. A lot of fathers and sons. I have one man on my boat that has been fishing for 50 years. Okay, he started when he was 17. We only work a 6-month season, so we're limited on what we can do. Last year, as you know, we missed a lot of time fishing due to hurricanes. We don't get that time made up. That's just lost time. Bad weather days in general. It's too dangerous to do what we do when it's too rough out there, okay? So we lose a lot of time. We give away the weekends. We don't mix it up with the sports fishermen. Gulf of Mexico is theirs, okay? Now, as far as the buffer zones, we keep going back and forth about that. As I've always understood it, there's already a buffer zone in place. 750 feet is the law off the beach, okay? We have self-imposed buffer zones around Grand Isle, like we said. 3 miles at Grand Isle, 1 mile east of it, down to Grand Terre, 1 mile offshore from Caminata Pass to Bell Pass, okay? That's what we agreed upon. The company has told us this. We have fines. We have repercussions if we break this. And the reason for this is because if something mechanical was to go wrong, by having a 3-mile line directly off Grand Isle, you wouldn't have the fish maybe come to shore if there was a spill. If you're east or west of Grand Isle and something mechanically happened, net bust or something like that, you still have a ways before they would affect populated areas. Other places, you're talking about other states do it. 3-mile line, there's a 3-mile line in New Jersey. There's also white beaches and hotels up there. Okay, so that's why they've imposed that line. Mississippi has a line. Okay, other states. Florida has a line, but it's a net ban. No nets at all can be used. Okay? So these are the lines and why we put on the lines. I believe Holly Beach has a line also with omega protein down there. Right now, yeah, some questions have come up about the fishery, Menhaden show up every year. They go offshore in the fall and they come back right now. Right now, they're laying at about 30-foot level off there. Marked them all last week. You can see them, walk them on a machine. I can't catch them like that. Warmth, it's got to warm up. These Gulf waters got to come in. And when they finally come in, just to let y'all know, they don't stop. They're going to get to these islands, which that's what Louisiana's mostly made up of, islands and passes. It's very little bit of strict coastline until you get west of Freshwater Bayou. So behind those islands, Terrebonne Bay, Timberlier Bay, Barataria Bay, Cote Blanche Bay, Bastion Bay, all of these places, these fish keep right on past these islands and go right up in there and stay. During certain times of the year, they will come out and go along the coastline, and that's when we get close. When they say that we catch 20% of our fish a half a mile, that means that we're spending 20% of our time there. And if you take that away, you're going to lose the 20%. Because we're not going in there attempting to do something. We're going closer to the beach because we know something's there. We see it, our planes see it, and we know it's there, okay? I can't just pick up and say, well, I'll go offshore a mile and catch something there, because it's not there. Is everybody with me? That's that 20%. That's how much time I've spent there. That means that's all I'm doing for that season is spending that 20% there. In other words, I'm not. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought, but we cannot go somewhere else. It doesn't work like that. We're going after a particular species. Just to say that we can move back or move off, it doesn't work like that, okay? So.
I wish I could chase teal around like that when they're flying.
Yeah. Now, as far as some of the concerns here are the vessels. Well, these are big vessels, and we're close to the beach with these big vessels. Well, Shane explained the draft of the vessels. This is a two-step process. This vessel has to house and feed 15 men. Okay? It also has to carry 2 40-foot purse boats. It has to be big enough to do that. It has to be a boat big enough to be able to be at Whiskey Pass one day, during the night, travel through weather conditions, and be in Chandelier Sound the next day, because we know fish were seen there. Okay? So it constantly has to be moving. It's all in one unit, plus have enough fish hold to make it worth your while to go get it. Okay? So, now I've lost my train of thought. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay, so the boat size. It's a 175-foot boat, and it's been said that we're drawing 12 foot of water. Okay, into 6 foot of water. That's physically impossible. I cannot get this big boat to go where it can't float. Okay, the 2 boats we actually catch a fish with actually draw about 3 or 4 foot of water. Okay, I cannot set that net where that big boat cannot get to. I'm not on the beach. Because once I've set this net and I've gotten all this net back, I'm in one position. I can't move. Okay? The bigger boat has to come alongside me and pump these fish. So it does me no good to set where there's no water, not enough water for that bigger vessel to come alongside. Okay? So we're always constantly watching depth of water, distance off the beach, things like that. Okay? But it's when you talk about 20% of the fish catch being there, that's what we're saying. That's about how much we're going to spend of our effort that season to be there is about 20%. Okay? All right.
Thank you, sir. We do have one question before we move on.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Romero.
It's me again.
Okay. All right.
2 more questions.
Go ahead.
I remembered that they testified, I think it was Mr. Cresson, testified on the width of your net. How wide are they? 1,500 feet? Or
Well, the length would be about 1,500 feet. Yeah.
okay, 1,500 feet
Right.
wide.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah. There's 2 boats we carry to
I
set
know,
the net.
right.
Okay.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Yeah. So yeah, whatever that would be.
So
The length of it.
with
1,500.
Mr. Orgeron's bill, is the boat going to be a half a mile, or is the net going to be a half a mile? The edge of the net.
I have no idea.
I don't know. I'm
yeah.
just asking.
Yeah. I really don't know. I'm sure that what he's talking about is where you set the net at would be a half a mile. But
He'll be here for closing.
Okay. And then, what happens to the sports fish that you do catch? Are they utilized? Are they thrown overboard? What happens to them? Are they?
If it is some bycatch, they will go into the hole.
So they're utilized. They're in the process.
Let me explain something about the redfish also. Okay. When we go to pump, we have a centrifugal pump that pumps these fish aboard. On the end of that hose is a foot valve with a cage on it. Bigger vessels cannot get through that, okay? It's a hindrance more than anything. It stops up, we have to stop the pump, let the fish fall free, and then try to pump some more, okay? A smaller, bigger fish that does get through that cage now travels through the pump, up, down, through to what's called a dewatering screen, where the watering fish come here, water goes overboard, fish now go down in the hole. Before it can get to that dewatering screen, there's a series of stainless steel bars. So now you've got a fish that's a little smaller to get through. He's now been diverted back overboard. Okay? So it's really kind of rare to get something to get through those 2 safety systems, or not safety systems, but diversion system.
Do they survive? Or
Yeah.
can they
Oh,
survive?
yeah. Because they're
So they don't all die.
Oh, it's a hell of a ride, but they're going to survive.
It's pretty
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, that was, I don't know. So I
Yeah.
wanted to know, do they survive?
Right,
They,
yeah.
They go back in the
The
water.
only thing you'd get smaller that would go in as far as bycatch is blue catfish and small Spanish mackerel, things like that are just basically trash fish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Rep. Romero, we'll put you on Finding Nemo. It's got a good scene in it for you. Representative Ogeron.
Just thank you for the explanation on the vacuuming and the sucking. What about the fish that are in the purse seine on the side of the boat that do not get sucked up?
Don't get sucked up.
They're
Okay,
not
so
counted
the
as by.
bigger ones?
Those are not counted as bycatch.
Wow, we don't count the bycatch. I would have been a study that would have done that. But at the very end, if it's down to, say, 3 or 4 good-sized redfish, then they're rolled out.
And what about hypoxia happening as they're being sucked out? And
that all depends on the
there
actual
is
size
some
of the
mortality of those fish.
Yeah,
that's
you can on a large set you may have some of that, but on a regular average size set you're not going to have smothering going.
Totally understand that that's part of the process, but
Yeah.
there is mortality that happens due to hypoxia in the net.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Ogeron. Okay, there's no further questions. Would you mind introducing yourself, please?
Sure. My name is Blaine Braddock, and I am a pogie fisherman's wife. My husband, James Braddock, is a third-generation Menhaden fisherman. He has worked with Daybrook West Bank Fisheries for many years, working from the dock to the engine room all the way to the wheelhouse. And when he was in kindergarten, his kindergarten graduation question was, what do you want to be when you grow up? And his answer was a pogie fisherman. We have 2 daughters, ages 8 and 4, and what we are pleading and praying is that you will vote to end this proposed exclusion zone for the Menhaden industry. I've already been fairly warned that your mind has probably already been made up on this matter, but your role as an elected official has been is to be an advocate for your community. I know each of you want to do what's best and do right by your Louisiana constituents, but how could you uphold your fiduciary duties when this proposal can have such a devastating impact on families like mine and all those behind me that are wearing the Daybrook or West Bank fishing polos? Pogie fish are indeed caught within a half mile of our coast. Setting such permanent limitations without any concrete facts is a lose-lose for all parties. The Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries do not share the same concerns as the representatives of CCA, and in fact can agree that the Menhaden resource is extremely healthy and deemed underexploited. We pride ourselves with pristine safety and sustainability practices. And did you know that this company group makes up 83.4% of all of its purchases through Louisiana-owned businesses? I mean, we're talking about a $325 million economic impact here. This proposal could result in a $50 million revenue loss and as well as approximately 400 jobs gone for Plaquemines Parish alone. My husband, my brother-in-law, my daughter Jillian's godfather, my youngest daughter Vivian's godfather are all employed by the Menhaden industry. And not a single one of them, I know Shane had already said this, but not a single one of them lost their jobs after Hurricane Katrina, the oil spill, and not even this current global pandemic. But what scares us more than anything is that these false accusations and made-up statistics is what worries me. That's going to not only cause my family a hardship, but my friends and the people of Plaquemines Parish through Daybrook West Bank Fishing. And it is with every fierceness of my being and the true power of prayer that I ask you to support Plaquemines Parish and not allow the weekend fishermen to destroy one of our few real industries in operating in Plaquemines Parish and the livelihoods of those fishermen that rely on the pokie industry to support their families. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The board is clear. Mr. Wallace? But W put you towards the end, so thank you for your patience.
Thank you. My name is William Wallace. My middle name is Borden, for those who may know me better. And I was employed in the Menhaden industry for 47 years. My education is such that I'm a trained zoologist, and I have a graduate degree, including marine ecology. But I retired 3 years ago, and I have no financial interest today. I have a personal interest, but I'm not being paid by anybody to be here. I'm just here because I'm disturbed by what I've seen, particularly Monday when I received an e-blast from David Cresson with CCA, and I read what he had to say. Listening earlier to Representative Reiser, I was particularly happy to hear you talk about Ducks Unlimited and getting actual facts and not fiction. And so I ask, if HB 535 is enacted, why are we really going to be here? I mean, what is the purpose of this bill? And I know Representative Ogeron, and with due respect to you, I understand you're introducing the bill, but I will be referring to it as the CCA bill. And I would like to say, if I offend anybody in this group, I apologize, because this is my personal opinions as opposed to the industry opinions. I have participated in every one of the stock assessments that were done on Menhaden. And so I think I speak about facts when I give you some of my presentation. Is red drum really in trouble in Louisiana? I don't believe you can find any reference to that. Wildlife and Fisheries website and the LSU Sea Grant website and even NOAA's website about the redfish management plan, they don't discuss Menhaden bycatches being a problem with red drum. They don't even, in the Wildlife and Fisheries brochure on redfish, they don't talk about the resource being in trouble. And for many years, the recreational creel limit, the catch limit, has remained the same. So I have to assume that the redfish is in pretty good health, and I kind of figured that maybe redfish wouldn't be an issue here, but apparently I'm wrong. And so I ask, if the resource of redfish is not the true issue, is it an allocation issue? And Wildlife and Fisheries, you've heard, said that the recreational take of red drum is close to 98%. And then and that the Menhaden bycatch within a half a mile.
And look, let's not refer to anybody personally, whether it's Cresson. I don't know, did you say Mr. Cresson? I don't know. Just
okay. I'm sorry.
Don't talk to anybody personally. Just give us the information.
It was a prior.
Yes, sir. You were quoting a quote.
I apologize for that. So the bycatch within a half mile is far, far less than the 1 to 2% that you've been hearing about. It's closer to 1.25%. And so and I believe there have been 6 bycatch studies. I'm not sure how many, but I believe there have been 6, some on the boats and some just looking at the catches that comes ashore. If you say there was even 100% error in those statistics, then you would still be only getting maybe a 1% bycatch of redfish in a half a mile, which means the recreational take would be 99%, the Menhaden bycatch is 1%. And so to me, that's not even really an allocation issue. So we don't have a resource issue, and we don't have an allocation issue. So why are we here? Well, I've been a member of CCA for a long time, and when it was even called GCCA, the Gulf Coast. And they've accomplished many good projects within their stated mission, but it's a nonprofit organization dedicated to the conservation of Louisiana marine resources. But unlike you, me, and the Menhaden industry, they don't have to pay income taxes. They're a tax-exempt organization. And to maintain that, they have to live up to their mission statement, which means they can't lobby this legislature just because they don't like to see the boats where they don't want to see boats where they fish. So they've come to you as though this is a resource issue. Clearly it's not. You've heard that the Menhaden resource is in excellent health. There's no evidence that anybody here today is complaining that the redfish resource is in bad health. Speckled trout is a different story, and I'll get to that in a minute. But clearly, this is not resource or allocation. So in some recent information I've received from CCA, it comments that this bill will allow Menhaden operators to continue to harvest at their current levels, protecting all jobs supported by our commercial and recreational fishermen. So the first misstatement is that the Menhaden will simply move offshore. Now, you've heard that discussed, but that's really not the nature of the fish. You've just heard recent testimony that, in fact, the fish tend to stay where they are. They won't move offshore. They move off later at night, but they will not move. So 20% or thereabouts, 18 to 20, is going to be lost revenue. And the Menhaden industry has a very high fixed cost and a very low margin. And I don't agree with 2 of the previous testifiers that, we maybe just drop a boat or so. I was a chief operating officer of Menhaden Company for over 20 years, and I know very well the economics. It is a very high fixed cost business with a very low margin, and the only way to make money and stay in business is to have a high volume catch. And if you were to eliminate 20% of the revenue off the top, I don't think you can just lower your catch by boat reduction. You just got to have more fish, and if you lose 20%, you're going out of business. So the claim that CCA doesn't want to lose any jobs, nobody will lose anything, is a falsehood. It just will not work. When I was a management of a processing plant at Empire, one of my plant managers was a Creole man. I don't know if he considered himself to be a black man or a white man. I don't care. I never asked. All I know is he did a great job. He had no formal education, but he was so proud that with his employment in the Menhaden business, he had put all 5 of his children through college. CCA doesn't publish their ethnic makeup, and when someone asked earlier what it was, they informed you they weren't really sure, and I'm probably pretty sure they don't know because they probably can't ask that question. But I can tell you that I'm pretty sure it's about 95+% middle and wealthy white people. And if you not really thinking that's correct, look at the advertisings in their Tide magazine. Just look at advertising. People know whose audience they target. So I appreciate that CCA is a substantial lobby, and though they should not legally be here lobbying you on this issue, I know that many of your constituents believe you should support this bill based on the urging of the CCA. But here's a case where I think you should ask yourself if you need to just put on blinders and vote on the evidence. Do you want to likely put out of work about 400 black Americans so the members of CCA don't have to look at the pogie boats? It's not a resource, not allocation. They don't want to see the pogie boats where they're fishing. History repeats itself. Almost 25 years ago, the GCCA got the taking of speckled trout limited to rod and reel. They said that removing the nets would be a panacea for the trout resource. In recent years, the commercial rod and reel take of trout in Louisiana is about 0.1%. Yet Wildlife and Fisheries now says that speckled trout in Louisiana is overfished and overfishing is occurring. It was never about the resource. It was always about getting rid of the nets. So here we are again, 25 years later, and the argument that CCA is making that you need to protect our favorite pastime. You're being urged to get rid of another commercial fishery just because seeing the boats is a bother. I think your choice should be clear. This bill should not be moved forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do have one question from Rep. Cormier.
Mr. Wallace, we heard some people bring up, I think, 3 miles was the original thing I thought of. For that matter, it could have been 5 or 10 miles. It's who came up with that. It's an attempt to set a narrative between two arguments where it appears that one group is more reasonable. When I refute that, I say that 3 mile was unreasonable to begin with. And it tries to appear that one group is supported by a great number of people. And again, touching on Plaquemines Parish, there was a courthouse commission of unelected people. Well, they said, oh, yeah, we're going to do this. And 4 times it went to a vote to the people. And 4 times the people told them exactly what to do with their courthouse commission. So I think the greater number of people are going to be affected by this bill passing. That's why I'm trying to stop it. I think by saying, oh, it's 3 miles, we're going to come all the way down to half mile. Well, that sounds reasonable. Well, you should have never started 3 miles to begin with because that was unreasonable. So, again, I think the narrative that was, attempted to be said earlier was unreasonable, and just more the reason that everything you pointed out, Shane, and everybody else who came and testified is why we should not pass this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cormier. The board is clear. Thank you for your testimony. And you had turned in a card. Was your card William Wallace?
That's me.
Thank you. That was you. Okay. All right. The remainder of the cards in opposition are present but not wishing to provide testimony. I'll read them in. Francois Coutel, Louis Rivas, Scott Hebert, David Joyner, Jim Harris with Omega Protein, Nicole Bourgeois with Daybrook Fisheries, Haley Bergman, Daybrook Fisheries, Shasta Plummer, Daybrook Fisheries, Michael Corbin with Daybrook, Jennifer Dugard, Daybrook, Shadana Ellison with Daybrook, Donald Taylor, Daybrook, Jordan Harvey, Daybrook, let's see, Christopher Parker, Michael Pueller, Travis Sellers, Gary Patterson, Prince Prixer, Jermoine Arrington, and Samina Matthews. I apologize, couldn't read the first name, with Daybrook Fisheries. Also have emails in opposition from Freeman's Food Market, Brian and Leslie Bowie, Gustavo Chavaria, Casey Boudreau with Westbrook, Fishing, West Bank Fishing, sorry. LM Rivas, I think I read that one earlier. Email in opposition. And Joseph Duvall. And Marla Cooper. I failed earlier. I'll read some more cards in support when Rep. Ogeron gets back in. But before we get there, in his conclusion, I'd like to bring first. Is there anybody from Wildlife and Fisheries Commission? The commission here. No commission members. Wildlife and Fisheries Department.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Cole Garrett, General Counsel, Department of Wildlife and Fisheries.
Patrick Banks, Assistant Secretary for the Office of Fisheries.
I counted a lot of questions directed towards information, so I think it's appropriate just to open the floor for you and make a statement, and let's see if that covers a lot of the grounds that we're going to be asking. Thanks.
If you deem it appropriate, Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to do is go through kind of the procedural portions that our commission did undertake or failed to undertake, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Banks to make
Yeah, that's perfect. And I know the commission doesn't typically come to these meetings, but in this case, the commission has been, doing their due diligence on this issue a lot longer than this committee. So I thought maybe we'd have somebody here to kind of speak to that point, which we did, a former member, but I needed someone here from a current member. But go ahead, and I think that'll be appropriate.
Yes, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but there were formal votes taken, and I'd be happy to pass along the message. As former Commissioner Corville did testify earlier, this did come in front of our Wildlife and Fisheries Commission at the November meeting. He had proposed essentially a mile buffer coastwide. There was a substitute motion, and that then passed with all but his concurrence on it, which was, hey, Wildlife and Fisheries, why don't you try to bring these two entities together, try to come up with a reasonable resolution to it, and see where we can get. And as it's been stated many times, many members of the legislature were actively involved in that. Parties on both sides were, I think, negotiating and working in good faith to try to reach this reasonable resolution. Unfortunately, one was not reached, and that's not necessarily anybody's fault. It just there was no resolution reached. With that being said, our commission did bring this back up this month. The proposal, I guess, was where those negotiations broke down. The vote was to defer that particular proposal, knowing that there was two legislative instruments moving through this body, knowing that it was going to take at least at minimum 90 days for our rule to run through the APA process, and that we would potentially end up with something contradictory should this body have acted on one of these bills. So that is where we stand procedurally. I know that many of your questions were more targeted towards the science aspects of it, and I'll certainly defer that to our fisheries folks.
Let me ask you a question. Are there similar analogous regulations that the Wildlife and Fisheries Commission does promulgate on issues like this? I mean, we're dealing with a particular fishery, so who typically sets the regulations on a fishery?
So certainly the constitutional authority to regulate fisheries rests with the Wildlife and Fisheries Commission. However, this legislature has certainly, regulated various gear, established exclusion zones, established areas where certain species can and cannot be pursued. So I don't want to say that it's outside of the authority of the commission, because it's certainly not. It's certainly something they considered. But again, not wanting to risk doing something that may eventually be contradictory to something this body did, and not seeking to, knowing that oversight is part of this process, they thought it best to defer this action until we know what comes out of this body.
And the last motion that was taken last week, you said that motion was a motion to defer, but was there, when you said when the negotiations broke down, was there anything put on paper relative to where those negotiations broke down?
Yes, that was memorialized in the proposed notice of intent that was brought in front of the commission this month.
And what did that look like compared to this bill today?
Best of my recollection was it was essentially a quarter-mile buffer with extended buffers around the Grand Isle, Grand Terre, Elmer's Island area.
So relatively similar to the proposal that we're looking at today?
I would say more
concept?
More in concept, but more similar to Representative Cormier's actual bill.
Okay. And that's on the procedural side. You want to kick it over?
Unless there's any other questions.
There's no further questions at this moment. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not prepared to make a statement, but I'm certainly here to answer questions from the committee. Thank you.
Let's talk about the resource. Can you make a statement on the resource?
Certainly.
And the bycatch and the Pogey resource and various other questions that you might have heard.
Sure. The resource, the Menhaden resource, is in very good shape. We're a part of a group that does stock assessments through the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission, as well as industry members and NOAA scientists, and that resource is in very healthy condition. In terms of bycatch, there were some statements about when the last bycatch study was occurred, and it did occur in 2012, and it indicated that bycatch was relatively low. Again, we've talked about relative and percentages and things like that, but in terms of bycatch, it was very low. So bycatch, at least from our standpoint, does not seem to be an issue. There was another issue in terms of ecosystem impacts from this industry. That is not something that we have looked at as an agency. The only place I know of that has addressed ecosystem impacts of this fishery is a group called the Marine Stewardship Council. That is a seafood sustainability, resource sustainability group. And if a fishery wants to get approved as a sustainable fishery, that's one of the groups they would go to get that certification. We, as an agency, have tried to get our shrimp, oyster, and crab industries certified as sustainable through that group. It is extremely rigorous. We've only been able to accomplish it for blue crab so far. We're almost there for shrimp. Ironically, the bycatch issue in shrimp is one of the reasons why that organization has not certified our shrimp fishery thus far. As I understand, the Menhaden industry has received their MSC certification. And so in order to receive that MSC certification, ecosystem impacts are taken into account. So that's the science that we look at when we consider this fishery, consider the impacts that it's having on our game fish species such as redfish. We look at the bycatch studies that are out there. I would love to have an updated bycatch study. We certainly, if we have the funding to do that, we would like to update that. But I can say that since 2012, there's not a difference in the way the fishery has been prosecuted, so I'm not so sure we're going to find anything different. However, I think it's important to update studies, whether we think they prosecute a fishery differently or not. And so we're committed to doing that, assuming we can find the funding to get that accomplished, and so we hope we can.
You didn't put a percentage, and all the other folks weren't the wildlife and fisheries. So could you put a percentage on the bycatch and the volume? That's the relative volume on the percentage.
Yeah, it was about 2% is what those studies showed. And then if you want to talk about numbers, and as y'all recall from a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Mesh talked about making the math. Well, making the math on this, let's just look at redfish, for example. The bycatch, in terms of redfish numbers, or in terms of poundage that was described in the most recent bycatch study, equals a very low poundage, about 215,000 pounds. If you look at the recreational take of redfish every single year, that represents about 15% of what the recreational take is. So it is a small amount of fish in terms of poundage compared to the overall take of it. So bycatch, in our opinion, is very small. It's certainly within acceptable limits, and it doesn't seem to be causing an ecosystem impact as evidenced by the MSC certification.
If you have it, what about the trout?
The trout was less than 1%, if I recall correctly. I may have to ask one of our staff members to come up, but it was less than 1%. I don't remember the exact percentage.
Okay. Everybody had questions before. Now sounds like it's after lunch. Back to the procedural stuff on the last proposal that you said was memorialized and did it only have to do with the distance, or was there any temporal time limitations on the fishing? And if so, what was that?
It basically codified not only the season length that we've established in our regulations, but there's another codification.
A different season length, or what is the season length? I heard somebody mention it earlier.
There is a season length. Do you know it off the top?
Yeah,
It's
March to November.
No, sir. I think it's the third week in April through the 1st of November, something like that.
And there was a study aspect to it, was there not, in your notice of intent?
Yes, there was a sunset clause in the notice of intent as well as a bycatch study component.
Mm-hmm.
If you're talking about the notice of intent.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, gentlemen, the board is clear. Do you have any further comments before I let you get up? Would you like to clear the air on anything?
Well, I don't like to
We're here for information only.
publicly contradict one of our former commissioners, but it was testified to earlier that our commission have the ability to interpret what the punishment may be for these. My understanding is that this would fall as a Class 3 violation under the proposed bill. So I just wanted to.
Actually, that does bring up. I did have a note. How would you enforce this? How would you enforce this rule? Would be geofencing or eyeballing it? I mean, what are we going to put buoys out there? I mean, how are we going to figure this out?
I'll certainly defer to
Representative
Colonel
Cormier's-
Hebert if he's here and would like to answer it. But I will say this is not that we have a double rig line for the shrimp season. We have lines everywhere for various commercial fisheries, and we do effectively enforce those geographical areas. I'm certain they use GPS to do that.
Well, do you know if there was ever any discussion about the time frame, like limiting the fishing, relative to the busy season in Grand Isle, and the how far offshore you're going to be just for a particular time frame?
I don't recall if there were discussions about that at all.
Because I know sometimes I can get camps in Grand Isle and sometimes I can't. So there's a busy season, and so I'm just curious if that was ever discussed. The coastal folks took the lead on most of these discussions, so that's something that I'd like to find out from them.
Yeah, as I appreciate it, that the discussions were always to include a buffer off of Grand Isle to try to codify in a rule or in law that agreed upon 3 mile buffers. So,
okay, thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you,
Representative Ogeron, and your close. And like I mentioned earlier, I was remiss in that I didn't read in, and I won't be reading in the emails that we got prior to noon on yesterday, which was our deadline for testimony to be submitted by email. But we did get a lot of emails, and this is only, I think, half of them in support of your bill. So it was pretty voluminous. I will note that there are out-of-state folks that are also supporting the bill. So this is not necessarily all local folks, but nevertheless, overwhelming majority was from Louisiana. So these were in support of your bill, and we'll put those in the record.
Thank you very much, members, for listening to both sides. A lot of information, and I think the most important thing is while I think we all fully recognize the importance of the Menhaden fishing industry and the Gulf stock that's there, which is very healthy. And as it was mentioned, they're forage fish for many species. We also have to equally balance that with the user aspect for recreational fishing. And all my bill does, and I probably should back up and start by saying thanks to Representative Fontenot, Representative Zarang, Representative Vinny St. Blanc was not mentioned, but he was actually also in these meetings, these multiple meetings where we strive to try to find a compromise solution to avoid legislation. And Representative Cormier in speaking with me on our two various instruments that we introduced. And what I've come to the conclusion is that my bill is probably the best compromise to put some absolute minimalistic regulatory guardrails on this industry in order to balance the needs of both the coexistence of this industry and the people who make use of the game fish and the recreational anglers and everybody who calls Louisiana a sportsman's paradise. And with that, I would ask that for favorable passage, and that's all. Thank you very much.
As a committee member, I assume that's a motion to move the bill favorably?
It is, sir.
Okay. Are there any objections? There's an objection by Representative Cormier. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Boyack? No. Representative Butler? No. Representative Carrier? Yes. Yes. Representative Cormier? No. Representative DeVilliers? Yes. Representative Guyman? Yes. Representative Kerner? Yes. Representative Landry? No. Representative Mincy? Yes. Yes. Representative Orgeron?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Reiser? Yes. Representative Romero? Yes. Yes. Representative Shammerhorn?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Wheat?
Yes.
Yes. 10 yeas and 4 nays.
Okay, the vote was 10 yeas in favor, 4 nays, and the bill moves favorably as moved by Representative Orgeron. Folks, we appreciate everyone's testimony, and I just ask that everybody continues to speak about this issue as we move through the process. Okay. Let's see, is there anything else to dispose of? Okay. All right, that does conclude our meeting. I see a motion from Representative Cormier to adjourn. Are there any objections? No objections. We are adjourned.
Thank y'all.
I kept waiting.